Chapter 1. Involution School 1. Lon Xian had finally managed to scrape together enough for her college tuition. Just when she thought her happy college life was about to begin, fate played a joke on her. What's going on? She was an orphan with no relatives or friends, and she had relied entirely on her own hard work to overcome all obstacles and get into a prestigious university. But something was wrong with this prestigious school. Upon arriving at Jingqing University according to the address on her admission notice, she saw the words Jinghua High School written in large characters across the main gate. Her first impression was, what kind of prank game is this? Just as she turned to leave, the scene behind her seemed to pixelate like a computer mosaic. There was no way back. Electronic light screens surrounded her within a 2-meter radius, trapping her, and a mechanical voice followed. Welcome to the survival game. This game will be conducted with 50 players and 365 NPCs. The rules are as follows. Rule 1. Upon entering the game, you will receive 500 game currency. Game currency can be used to purchase any resources in the game world, and it can be accumulated or transferred. Please cherish and protect it. Rule 2. Special auxiliary equipment will be randomly dropped in each game. The equipment disappears when the game ends or the player dies. If a player dies but the game has not ended, the equipment will be randomly given to the next player. Rule 3. Please strive to survive in the game for 15 days. Passing the game allows you to return to the real world. Failure results in elimination. This round's game, Involution School. Tip: study hard and make progress every day. P.S. Good luck, looking forward to our next meeting. Lon Xian, come up to the board and solve this problem. The scene shifted, and she was already wearing the Jinghua High School uniform. Sitting in the third row of a classroom. On the podium stood a stern mathematics teacher holding a ruler, looking slightly displeased when she didn't move for a moment. Before she could process what was happening, the reflexes from 3 years of hard study in high school made her body react faster than her brain. She stood up and picked up the chalk. The problem wasn't difficult to medium difficulty question from a standard national college entrance exam. She began writing the solution steps on the blackboard with a flourish. The mathematics teacher's stern face finally showed a slight smile. The national college entrance exam is approaching. Whether you can get into a top-tier university depends on this period of time. You must not be slack. Still unable to figure out the situation, Lon Xian could only nod in response for now. She returned to her seat just as the bell rang. After the teacher left, the quiet classroom gradually began to buzz with activity. She also began to observe her surroundings. The sign by the classroom door read Grade 12 Class A. Inside there were 7 rows and 8 columns of desks with 56 students. On the podium, there was a red National College Entrance Exam countdown, 30 days. She calmed herself and quietly observed the expressions of her classmates. She saw that half of the students in the classroom looked panicked and terrified, and a few had already huddled together to whisper. Presumably, those were also players. The caution she had developed over many years in the orphanage made Lon Xian reluctant to join a group, nor did she want to reveal her identity as a player too early. She chose to wait and see, though she still felt in her heart that this must be a high-end prank game. Using such high technology, they really thought highly of her. A girl with twin tails walked past her desk with a bright smile, accidentally knocking her pencil case to the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. After picking up the pencil case for Lon Xian, the girl looked apologetic. It's okay. Lon Xian didn't make a fuss and took the pencil case back. The strange mechanical voice appeared again. Congratulations to player Lon Xian for obtaining this round's special auxiliary equipment, the Pen of Learning. Rules for using the Pen of Learning. Holding this pen, subjects like language, math, English, geography, history, and chemistry are all a piece of cake. Experience the feeling of a top student. How lonely it is to be invincible. If a problem has multiple solution paths, it will prioritize the best one, followed by the second best, and so on. Please cherish this pen, as the tip is very fragile. Do not attempt to touch it with fire or water. P.S. Special auxiliary equipment can be stored in the equipment slot. Only upon the player's death can other players randomly inherit it. Lan Xin's eyes widened involuntarily. Seeing that the surrounding students had no reaction, she realized that only she could hear this system voice. She nonchalantly put the pen of learning into a virtual equipment bag. On the light screen floating around her, she could clearly see her personal information. Name, Lan Xian. Age 18. Gender, female. Level 1. Game currency, 500. Current game, Involution School. Current players, 50. Current NPCs, 2,365. Game time, 15 days, currently day 1. Health points, 100. Appearance, 60. Martial power value, 10. Potential value, 1. PS. Player has obtained this round's special auxiliary equipment, the Pen of Learning. The next 2 periods were for self-study. The same mathematics teacher from the previous class handed out a test paper, and then left the classroom. Lan Xian felt very resistant. She had done so many 5 years of national college entrance exam, 3 years of mock exams that she wanted to vomit. She had finally escaped that misery. Wait, she had just obtained the Pen of Learning. Although she still didn't understand the current situation, it was impossible for her to go through the 12th grade again. She took the pen out of the equipment slot. Fortunately, no one else could see her action, and she began to write rapidly on the test paper. It had to be said, this pen was practically a cheating tool. A paper that would usually take an hour and a half to complete took only 30 minutes with this pen. When filling out the answer sheet, Lan Xian intentionally left some room for error, purposely getting 2 multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions wrong. Before the first self-study period ended, the mathematics teacher came to sit in the classroom for a bit. 2 people had already turned in their papers early. They looked like players. The teacher nodded and told them they could have free time during the next period. A girl in red clothes and another boy in a white shirt left the classroom. The other players couldn't sit still anymore. Regardless of whether they had finished the paper, they turned them in and left. Seeing the number of people turning in papers increase, Lan Xian also turned hers in to blend with the crowd. Today was only the first day. She needed to familiarize herself with the school environment. Jinghua High School was a key high school with a very high university admission rate, nearly 100. Those in Class A were all candidates for top-tier universities. Besides that, the school had Class B and Class C. Class B consisted of candidates for standard first-tier universities, while Class C was for general undergraduate candidates. The grade 12 Class A classroom was on the 3rd floor of Teaching Building Number 5, Class B was on the 4th floor, and Class C was on the 5th floor. The 1st and 2nd floors were teacher offices. The school's faculty was very strong, with many teachers. When passing the 1st and 2nd floors, Lan Xian observed carefully. The teachers were all buried in grading papers and preparing lessons. Every single teacher wore glasses, without exception. The entire school gave off a feeling of extreme seriousness and urgency. Lan Xian really disliked this oppressive atmosphere. Next to the teaching building was a large library, which looked even grander than the city center library. The dormitory building and the school cafeteria were very close to each other, both located behind Teaching Building Number 5. Walking straight there, it was less than 500 meters. There was also a convenience store nearby. The 2 players who had turned in their papers early were buying things inside. They were in a hurry, putting quite a lot of instant noodles and water into their backpacks. Lan Xian immediately became alert. Was there a risk of food shortages later in this game? Author's note. To clarify, this story currently has no CP. It is an imaginative, plot-driven story, and the female lead has no romantic subplots for now. Male characters will not be whitewashed either. Sometimes the melodramatic situations you imagine are not what they seem. I hope everyone continues to support it. Chapter 2. Involution School 2. Since it was her first time in this game, Lan Xian couldn't be sure how things would develop later on. Just then, the girl in red and the boy in the white shirt passed by her, seemingly in the middle of an argument. How this game world is so annoying. I never even went to high school. How am I supposed to know how to solve these problems? Your brother's got you covered. Just wait to be carried to victory. The food we bought this time should last us a while. Hide the supplies in the dormitory later. And don't let anyone find them. The woman looked somewhat impatient. I know. In the last world, your old mother almost starved to death. It's all because you're a pauper and didn't earn much game currency. Don't worry, a lot of newbies definitely entered the game this time. We'll trick them out of their game currency, and then we won't have to worry about buying supplies for the next world. Midway through his sentence, he noticed Lan Xian standing at the door. Guhao's eyes turned cold. Why are you here? The girl in red also looked at her warily. This was bad. She had wanted to get closer to overhear more information about the game, but she hadn't expected to be discovered by the parties involved. Lan Xian forced herself to stay calm, pretending to look at them with confusion. Forget it, Ahao, she's just an emotionless NPC. Why bother with her? The girl in red seemed certain that Lan Xian was an NPC, likely because Lan Xian had followed the mathematics teacher's instructions to solve the problem on the board without hesitation. In the players' minds, she was a top student NPC. Seeing that Lan Xian had no reaction, Guhao also breathed a sigh of relief. True. Whenever players talk about survival game content, it just sounds like scrambled code to NPCs. What could she possibly hear? A bunch of boring NPCs, and their eyesores too. None of them are as pretty as you, baby. You devil, you're so sweet-talky. The two flirted and passed by her, treating Lan Xian as if she were thin air. Lan Xian. What the hell? Playing a survival game even involves personal insults. She etched this couple firmly into her memory. If she had the ability in the future, she would definitely curse them back to their faces. But for now, she looked at the 500 game currency in her pocket and her shabby pen, deciding it was better to keep a low profile for now. From the look of it, her decision was correct. She hadn't actively sought out players to form a group. The risks of this game lay not only in the game itself, but potentially from players and the surrounding NPCs as well. After thinking it over, she also entered the convenience store and bought water and bread. Not daring to buy as much as the two veteran players, she bought 3 bottles of water and 3 bags of bread, spending a total of 21 yuan, and headed toward the dormitory with them tucked away. When she entered the building, she saw an auntie knitting a scarf. The woman looked up and glanced at her briefly, then stopped paying her any mind. The dormitory was a 4-person room in a low-rise building, with only 3 floors at most. Her room was 302 on the 3rd floor. She found her assigned bed and hid the water and bread in her locker. This small amount of supplies definitely wouldn't last her 15 days. Over the next few days, she would have to continue purchasing, but she couldn't attract the attention of other players. She glanced at the other 3 beds. Her 3 roommates were Lu Mei, Zhao Dan, and Ouyang Shui. She wondered if any of these 3 were players. Before the second self-study period ended, she returned to the classroom. The girl in red and her boyfriend Ahao hadn't returned yet, and quite a few people were missing from the classroom. After a preliminary count, at least 10 were gone. Lan Xian silently noted these people in her heart. These few were definitely players. As soon as the bell rang, the study representative and group leaders came to collect the test papers. Even though it was just a self-study period, for some reason, the faces of the surrounding students were lifeless, and a heavy aura of gloom hung over everyone, making Lan Xian frown slightly. Lan Xian, you're first place on this test again, right? I really envy you. Roommate 1 appeared. Lu Mei sat right behind her. Lan Xian didn't know how to respond, so she simply didn't. Lu Mei continued. Just now Wu Yu from the next room 301 bumped into your pencil case on purpose. I don't know what she's thinking, believing that nonsense about how being near a top student can help you rub off some of their academic aura. How ridiculous, isn't it? During the break, the surrounding students also became active. Roommate 2, Zhao Dan, appeared and gave Lan Xian a gentle nudge. Don't be silly and give her extra tutoring anymore. I saw that Wu Ye's grades improved on the last test. If this keeps up, she might actually stay in class the next time. Who? You mean that Wu Yu with the bottom tier grades? Roommate 3, Ouyang Shui, also joined the group. Exactly. She stares at her books all day, but who knows what she's actually reading? I think she'll be sent to Class B sooner or later. And maybe even Class D one day. As if remembering something, Lu Mei quickly shut her mouth and didn't dare continue. Lan Xian, however, keenly noticed it. Does our school have a Class D? Ouyang Shui and Zhao Dan quickly pulled Lan Xian aside and whispered. Don't say that in front of others. The head teacher will be unhappy if he finds out. That's a school taboo. It can't be mentioned. Lan Xian wanted to ask more. But the bell rang for class. Seeing her roommates return to their seats, she had no choice but to drop it and look for another chance to ask. From the look of it, Class D at Jinghua High School was very problematic. But there was no Class D in this entire teaching building number 5. Could it be in a different building? This period was the head teacher's history class. The head teacher had a buzz cut and looked to be in his late 40s with the air of a rigid gentleman. As soon as he stepped onto the podium, he began asserting his authority with a ruler. The bell has already rung. Why are there still students not in the classroom? Looking around, besides that couple, 3 other people hadn't returned. Class monitor, take attendance. The head teacher looked furious, and none of the students in the class dared to breathe loudly. It seemed the students of Class A were very afraid of this head teacher. After the class monitor finished taking attendance, he found that 5 people were missing from the classroom. Gu Hao, Zhou Qianli, Wang Dazhuang, Chen Qingqing, and Yu Tian. Upon hearing these 5 names, Lan Xian noticed a dark aura emanating from the head teacher's face. She suppressed her inner surprise, as her intuition told her that something terrible was about to happen. The 5 were soon found by students sent by the class committee and brought to the front of the podium. On what grounds are you tying me up? Believe it or not, I'll go to the Ministry of Education and file a complaint against you. Wang Dazhuang was quite arrogant. Although he wore the Jinghua High School uniform, he looked about the same age as the head teacher. He was likely a public official in the real world. The head teacher stopped speaking, looking at him as if he were a dead man. Wang Dazhuang has disobeyed his teacher. Punish him by sending him to teaching building number 1 to reflect on his actions. The other 4 were clearly veteran players. Seeing Wang Dazhuang take the lead in speaking out, they remained silent. The other 4 students have violated discipline. Their punishment is that they are not allowed to eat dinner in the cafeteria tonight. Upon hearing this, the 4 breathed a sigh of relief. They completely failed to notice the eerie reactions of the other NPCs in the class when they heard teaching building number 1. What are you doing? Which program is running this prank show? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Wang Dazhuang was still resisting. None of this made sense, but he was quickly dragged away by the expressionless class committee members. The bell rang again, signaling 2 periods of evening self-study. Lan Xian had already figured out the pattern. During self-study, one could move about freely, and the school teachers wouldn't interfere, provided you finished the test papers handed out during the session. Doing test papers was a small matter for Lan Xian, especially since she now had her equipment in hand. She went to the cafeteria for dinner with her 3 roommates. On the way, she specifically asked where teaching building number 1 was. Chapter 3. Involution School 3. While wandering around the school today, she didn't find teaching building number 1, and the school map at the library entrance didn't mark its location either. The expressions of her 3 roommates, who had been relatively warm toward her, changed instantly. The 3 of them stared at her with deathly still gazes. Lan Xian felt her skin crawl under their stares. Was teaching building number 1 even more of a taboo subject than the school's Class D? I'm just joking, she squeezed out dryly. The 3 roommates instantly broke into smiles and continued chatting and eating with her. Lan Xian felt a cold sweat in her heart, and decided to look for teaching building number 1 during the evening self-study session. Perhaps this school's Class D was there as well. When the bell for self-study rang, Lan Xian picked up her pen and began answering the test paper rapidly. Tonight's test was history. Looking it over, the questions weren't very difficult, below average difficulty. In fact, even without the special pen, she would have had no problem passing. Just like before, she intentionally missed 3 multiple-choice questions and 2 fill-in-the-blanks. This time she turned in her paper in 20 minutes. Gu Hao and his girlfriend Zhou Qianli gave her a deliberate look. Seeing it was Lan Xian, they weren't surprised after all. She was a top student. NP Cand lowered their heads to continue their work. The head teacher gave her a stern look. Being stared at by those lifeless eyes for a moment made her feel an instant chill throughout her body. Fortunately, he didn't keep watching Lan Xian. He simply instructed her to return before the end of the evening self-study and stopped speaking. Lan Xian took note. This was likely the school's second ironclad rule. After leaving the classroom, Lan Xian intentionally walked upstairs. On the 4th floor was Class B, where several seats were already empty. The 5th floor, Class C, was very strange. It was more than half empty. And the remaining few students were mindlessly grinding through test papers with vacant expressions. Counting them, there were only 13 students in Class C. As if sensing someone looking into the classroom, their slightly pale and puffy faces all turned toward her in unison. Lan Xian was startled and nearly screamed out loud. Finally, the Class C head teacher gave Lan Xian a warning look and tapped a ruler. Only then did they withdraw their gazes and return to their papers. Their movements were eerily synchronized, and their expressions were eerily identical. Lan Xian found it creepy and didn't dare stay on the 5th floor for long. She looked at the stairs, preparing to check further up. From the outside, teaching building number 5 appeared to only have 5 floors, but her intuition told Lan Xian that she should try climbing higher. Walking up the stairs, as she neared the top, a rusted iron door with a lock appeared before her eyes. It looked as though no one had opened it or gone up there in a very long time. "What are you doing?" A ghostly questioning voice suddenly came from behind her, nearly scaring Lan Xian out of her wits. There seemed to be a cold draft behind her ears, and she felt the air around her grow chilly. Years of caution and intuition told Lan Xian that she must not turn around right now. "Oh dear, I'm from Class A. How did I end up here while memorizing vocabulary?" With a flash of inspiration, she steadied her trembling body and feigned self-reproach. The cold air behind her suddenly vanished, and a voice said emotionlessly, "Studying hard is a good thing. Go back to your own class for self-study." Lan Xian nodded quickly and prepared to go downstairs while enduring the discomfort. After turning around, she kept her head down. She didn't know if the thing behind her was human or something else. She only saw it wearing a pair of red embroidered shoes, and the step it stood on was soaked with water stains. Looking closely, there was only one step between her and that person behind her. Not daring to look up, she hurried down the stairs. When she returned to the 3rd floor, she thought about it and decided to go back to class first. For no other reason than that the person behind her had told her to go back to class. Somehow, intuition told Lan Xian that if she didn't obediently return to class, she would be in great danger this time. After sitting down in her seat, Lan Xian noticed that the serious and old-fashioned head teacher was staring at her intently. She cursed inwardly. Tonight's self-study was for history, yet she had just said she was memorizing English vocabulary in the stairwell. Seeing the head teacher stand up and walk toward her with a faint, inscrutable smile, Lan Xian felt her heart race. What kind of game was this? The people here were way too terrifying. "You've improved this time with a 90. Keep working hard, and there's hope for a top-tier university." The head teacher handed her the graded test paper, and then left. Lan Xian breathed a sigh of relief again. It seemed that studying other subjects during self-study was allowed, provided one got high scores on the tests. As soon as the bell rang, she returned to the dormitory with her 3 roommates. Auntie was still knitting her scarf and didn't even look up at her this time. After washing up, Lan Xian climbed into bed to rest. Lights out sleep. This night was peaceful and dreamless. The next day, she woke up very early before morning self-study. The dormitory door was already open, but the dorm manager was nowhere to be seen. Carrying her backpack, she went to the canteen and bought 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 bags of instant noodles. She went back to the dorm first to put the supplies in her locker, then went to the classroom. The workload in the 3rd year of high school was intense. The whole day was spent studying, with very little break time or free time. Lan Xian felt incredibly anxious. She still hadn't found any information regarding teaching building number 1 or Class D. After the 2nd period in the morning, Wang Dazhuang returned. His eyes were lifeless, and he sat in his seat motionless. His eyes looked sunken, and his complexion was terrible. Lan Xian rested her chin on her hand and thought. He wouldn't look like this just from missing one night of sleep. His entire spirit seemed to have been drained. Several players around him tried to talk to him, wanting to find out the location of teaching building number 1. Unexpectedly, upon hearing someone mention teaching building number 1, Wang Dazhuang instantly became violent and pushed them away, screaming hoarsely, "No, I don't want to go there," before everyone could react. Wang Dazhuang rushed out of the classroom and ran all the way up the stairs. Seeing a player run out, Lan Xian followed him out of the classroom, just in time to see Wang Dazhuang jump from upstairs and crash onto the ground. Before he died, his eyes were wide with a look of sheer terror. The 4 players who had been punished yesterday by not being allowed to eat at the cafeteria showed looks of horror. Lan Xian was startled. This was the first time she had seen a living person die in front of her. She wondered what Wang Dazhuang had actually experienced in teaching building number 1. Looking up, the students from Class B on the 4th floor had also run to the corridor outside their classroom, chattering away. But not a single person from Class C on the 5th floor poked their head out, nor was there any sound, as if that entire floor was empty. A prompt appeared on the light screen. Current players, 49. It seemed that every time someone was lost, the displayed number of players would change accordingly. Lan Xian didn't want to become a cold statistic on the data board. She had to work hard to survive. The Class A head teacher arrived quickly. After clearing away Wang Dazhuang's body and offering a few words of comfort to the Class A students, he left. No police, no ambulance, not a single one came. The students and teachers seemed accustomed to it. The 3rd period was math. The serious mathematics teacher looked like he was in a very bad mood today as he entered the classroom with a stack of test papers. Lan Xian 92 points. Chen Qingqing 61 points. Gu Hao 60 points. Yu Tian 50 points. Zhou Qianli 30 points. After reading out the scores from the self-study test paper angrily, the mathematics teacher pointed at the several people who failed and said, "After this class is over, everyone who failed the exam will go to Class B. Everyone please study hard and strive for high scores." Chapter 4. Involution School 4. After class, Zhou Qianli was reluctant. Pale-faced, she clung to Gu Hao and cried incessantly, "Hubby, I don't want to go to Class B. I want to stay with you." Gu Hao didn't want to part with his girlfriend either, but the sight of Wang Dazhuang's tragic death just now had left him trembling with fear. He hadn't played many games. His last 2 rounds were spent coasting by clinging to the legs of pro players. This school was truly eerie, and he didn't dare disobey the teacher's words. "Baby, don't be afraid. Class B is just upstairs from me. We're still in the same building, so we can see each other during breaks." After more comfort from Gu Hao, Zhou Qianli finally headed upstairs reluctantly. After this class, Class A instantly lost 10 people, leaving a total of 46. Lu Mei was still chatting with Zhao Dan. "My math score dropped by several points this time. Let's go to the library to study together tonight." Sure. Let's call Ouyang Shui along too." They didn't consider calling Lan Xian at all, but even if they did, she wouldn't go. She had checked the library before. Besides books, there were only people studying, with no other clues. The 4th period was history. The head teacher entered the classroom with a calm expression, holding the test papers. He had already given Lan Xian her test paper during evening self-study yesterday, so he didn't call her name this time. Another 10 students failed the exam and headed to Class B after class. Lan Xian thought for a moment. In the game setting, those who could enter Class A at least had decent grades. It was clear that most of these 20 failing students were players like her who didn't belong to this world. During the lunch break, she continued to stockpile food and water, transporting them to the dormitory. This time she bought 10 more bottles of water and 10 bags of bread. Today was the 2nd day of the game. The food and water for the remaining 13 days should be sufficient now. She checked her game currency. The current balance was 365. She didn't plan to keep stockpiling food and water with the remaining money, so she visited the canteen again before returning to the dorm in the evening. She bought a fruit knife, some pepper spray, and chili powder. Seeing Lucian Florida water on the shelf, she grabbed a small spray bottle and put them all into her backpack. This caused the canteen auntie to look at her with an indescribable expression when checking her out. Lan Xian didn't care. She slung her backpack and returned to the dorm. Just as she was putting the supplies into her wardrobe, the light screen showed that the current player count had changed. There were 49 this morning, but now there were only 39. It had only been one morning, and 10 people were already gone. Lan Xian was surprised. It seemed that among the 20 students who went from Class A to Class B today, someone had already made a move. The purpose of making a move was nothing more than competing for game currency or game resources. She immediately grew wary. The fact that she possessed a special auxiliary item like the Pen of Learning must never be discovered by others. Returning to the classroom for afternoon classes, Guhao had a bright smile on his face. Lan Xian mused that his plan to trick newbies out of their game currency must have succeeded. The first afternoon class was Chinese. The Chinese teacher looked elegant and gentle if one ignored her cold eyes. Before class, she introduced a new student promoted from Class B named Tang Mengmeng. It turned out this student had scored full marks on the last few self-study tests, even surpassing Lan Xian, so she was exceptionally promoted to Class A. Tang Mengmeng looked very sweet. After greeting everyone with a smile, she seemed to know which one was Lan Xian, and deliberately walked past her, giving her a haughty glance. "You're Lan Xian? Sorry, but from now on, the number one in this class is me." She was aggressive and arrogant. Lan Xian looked up at her, didn't answer, and continued to quietly play the role of a top student NPC. It seemed this Tang Mengmeng had also obtained some kind of random drop game auxiliary equipment. Only was this person mentally ill. "This is a survival game, sister. You've got your priorities all wrong." Despite having the Pen of Learning, Lan Xian didn't score 100 on every test. Wouldn't that be the same as telling all players she had a special auxiliary item? Sure enough, when the other players in Class A heard that Tang Mengmeng got 100 on every exam, and saw her showing off to Lan Xian, they concluded she was a player. After class, several players immediately approached Tang Mengmeng to curry favor. That Tang Mengmeng was also foolish. Seeing others flatter her, she immediately mingled with the players, and even said she would carry them to victory. The current number of people in Class A was 37. After 2 periods of Chinese, another 2 periods of self-study began. The self-study test this time was Chinese. Writing an essay took a bit more time. This time, Lan Xian spent 40 minutes before handing in her paper. Before she did, Tang Mengmeng had already handed hers in. Along with her, the 3 players who had flattered her also handed in their papers. It seemed Tang Mengmeng had given them the answers. The players in Class A all thought Lan Xian was a top student NPC, and didn't take her seriously. After leaving the classroom, they chatted about gathered information right in front of her. "It's so fucking weird. That teaching building number 1 where Wang Dazhuang went, I've searched the whole school and couldn't find it. What about those class committee members? Have you asked the people who took him there? That's what's creepy. As soon as I mention teaching building number 1, they stare at me like ghosts. It nearly scared the life out of me. Why not try threats or bribes?" A player suggested. "You try it if you want, I don't dare. This school is too fucking terrifying, and we have to take exams every day." Lan Xian walked past them. They only gave her a glance and continued chatting. The subsequent chat didn't have any key information, so Lan Xian decided to scout the cafeteria again. The school cafeteria had 3 floors in total. The first floor was the dining area for seniors, the second for juniors, and the third for sophomores. So what about the 4th floor? Lan Xian hadn't been to the 4th floor yet. Taking advantage of this Chinese self-study, she planned to check out the cafeteria's 4th floor. It wasn't mealtime now. The cafeteria aunties were busy cooking, and no one noticed as she slipped in. She followed the stairs to the 3rd floor, and was about to head to the 4th. "I suggest you'd better not go up." Behind her was a chef wearing a chef's hat, holding a spatula. He was handsome with an ethereal temperament, not looking at all like a graduate from a culinary school. Not knowing if the person before her was a player or an NPC, Lan Xian was momentarily stunned and didn't respond. The man's voice was cold. Yet unlike the other NPCs in the school, it wasn't devoid of warmth. You'll regret going up. After saying this, he turned and left. Lan Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that players in this school weren't necessarily all students? She had been careless. This round of the game was called Involution School. Naturally, it was about events happening in the school. And a school didn't necessarily only have students. That meant there should be players hidden among the teachers or other school roles. She would have to be more careful in the future. Although the man just now showed no ill will, she still wanted to investigate. After a moment's thought, she decided to go to the 4th floor. Pushing open the door, Lan Xian was shocked by the smell of blood inside. Chapter 5. Involution School 5. The first thing that came into view was the gruesome sight of Wang Dazwang's death. There were several other students who looked familiar, appearing to be players, all here, but they were staring at Lan Xian with wide eyes, motionless. Oh my god! Lan Xian quickly covered her mouth, her heart skipping a beat from the fright. This eerie school actually used the 4th floor of the cafeteria as a morgue. Worried about being discovered by the cafeteria NPC, she quickly closed the door and jogged away from the cafeteria. Naturally, she didn't notice that the moment she closed the door, Wang Dazwang's eyeballs moved slightly. Lan Xian had no appetite to eat for the entire day. Thinking about the pile of corpses placed on the top floor of the school cafeteria, with blood seeping into the floorboards, made her feel sick. Consequently, she didn't have much energy for her afternoon classes either. The first 2 classes of the afternoon were English, and during the last 2 self-study sessions, English test papers were distributed. During class, she organized the clues she had gathered over the past 2 days, finished the English test paper during self-study, and continued to wander around the school. Over these 2 days, she had basically walked around the entire campus several times, yet she still hadn't found teaching building number 1 or the so-called Class D. She didn't know if it was just psychological, but she felt the clouds densely covering the campus sky were becoming a bit gloomy. Logically speaking, it was already May, so it shouldn't be this cold. Unable to find any useful information, Lan Xian decided to return to the classroom first. When she arrived at teaching building number 5, and was passing the 2nd floor, she heard strange noises coming from the office near the right side of the stairs. Although curiosity killed the cat, what if it was a clue? Taking a deep breath, she lightened her footsteps and peered through the office window to see the scene inside. With just one look, her pupils instantly dilated. There was only one teacher in the office who had accidentally dropped his glasses on the floor. However, his eyes only showed the whites, with no irises visible at all. These were definitely not the eyes of a normal person. The teacher, unable to find his glasses, was unusually furious, his emotions spiraling out of control. He made roar sounds in his throat, and the test papers in his hands were scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Lan Xian felt as if she were being targeted by a dangerous predator, and she was unable to move a muscle. That teacher had discovered her. Seeing him about to rush towards her, Lan Xian glanced at the glasses by the office door and, with the fastest speed of her life, grabbed them. "Teacher, your glasses fell." Upon hearing glasses, the teacher stopped abruptly in front of Lan Xian, and did not attack again. However, being stared at fixedly by those all-white eyeballs made cold sweat break out on Lan Xin's back. After putting his glasses back on, the teacher's eyes returned to normal. Having regained his senses, he smiled embarrassedly. "Student, thank you. You're welcome. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the classroom for self-study." Although the teacher in front of her seemed to have returned to normal, Lan Xian remained vigilant, her hair standing on end. Seeing the teacher nod, Lan Xian turned to leave, but suddenly, a cold hand rested on her right shoulder. Lan Xian almost screamed out, "Teacher, may I ask if there is anything else?" She didn't dare to turn around at all. "It's like this, student. If it's convenient, could you trouble yourself to help me organize the test papers on the floor?" The voice behind her was neither cold nor indifferent. Could Lan Xian refuse? The answer was no. She agreed, then lowered her head, turned around, and crouched on the floor to pick up the test papers. Taking a quick glance, she saw they were the same English test papers as before, but they weren't from grade 12 Class A. Seeing the class written on them, Lan Xin's eyes tightened again. It was grade 12 Class D. So this teacher in front of her was the legendary teacher of Class D? Lan Xian shuddered, and the hand picking up a test paper trembled uncontrollably. On that English test paper, it was clearly written in red ink. Wang Dazhuang 80 points. But hadn't Wang Dazhuang died in Class A? Besides, she had just witnessed his corpse with her own eyes on the 4th floor of the cafeteria. What on earth was going on? Seeing that Lan Xian had finished organizing the test papers for him, the teacher smiled embarrassedly again. You are truly a good student. Thank you for your hard work today. Teacher, may I ask you a question? Lan Xian decided to take a gamble. Go ahead. May I ask when this Wang Dazhuang came to your class? The teacher in front of her lowered his head, his eyes covered by his bangs, making his expression unreadable. Lan Xian continued, It's like this teacher. This student was previously in our class. I just saw his name while picking up the test papers. His English grades have really improved a lot. So that's how it is. The teacher immediately raised his head and said with some pride, Since student Wang Dazhuang came to our class, he has been studying very seriously. I believe he will achieve even better grades soon. He avoided answering the question about when he went to Class D. Lan Xian didn't dare to ask again, and said she needed to return to the class for self-study. As she was about to go upstairs, the teacher chased her to the office door but hesitated to come out. Student, what is your name? Intuition told Lan Xian that she had better not answer, so she continued to lower her head and climbed up a flight of stairs. What a pity. I wanted you to come to our class, Sai. It was clearly a calm sentence, but Lan Xian heard an inexplicable sense of dread in it. She didn't look back and continued upstairs. The pressure behind her persisted even after she reached the 3rd floor, and it only completely disappeared after she entered grade 12 Class A. Her back was soaked with cold sweat. She sat wearily in her seat. Seeing a few players secretly observing her, she didn't dare to reveal any more flaws. So she picked up the Chinese textbook beside her and pretended to read it. Blocking the prying eyes with the book, she simply laid her head on the desk to organize her thoughts. First, the iron rules of this school must not be broken. For example, one cannot disobey teachers, must return to the classroom before the bell rings for self-study or class, and must pass every self-study test paper. Those who fail go to Class B. As for what happens to those who break the iron rules, one only needs to think of Wang Dazhuang to know. Second, she needs to survive in this school for 15 days. Today is the 2nd day. According to the game rules, it will only get harder as it progresses. For example, on the 1st day, all 50 players were safe, but on the 2nd day, only 39 remained. As the days increase, the number of players will become fewer and fewer. Third, teaching building number 1 and Class D in this school are problematic. She blindly guessed. Could it be that dead players or NPCs all appear in Class D? But that English test paper of Wang Dazhuang's just now made her feel something was wrong. If Class D is just a death list, why would there be a subject grading mechanism? Fourth, the 4th floor of the school cafeteria has a problem. Could it be grade 12 Class D? If so, could teaching building number 1 actually refer to the cafeteria? Fifth, the school teacher's glasses must not be removed. Removing them might turn them into terrifying monsters. This might happen in the late game, so she needs to lay low and ideally find a safe place to hide. Besides this, what exactly is hidden behind the iron door above Class C in teaching building number 5? Are the teachers in this school actually monsters, or? Chapter 6. Involution School 6. Before the afternoon self-study session ended, Tang Mengmeng returned to the classroom with a few players following behind her. Lansin was somewhat surprised. Thinking that the special game equipment Tang Mengmeng obtained must be different from her own, perhaps allowing it to be shared among several people at once. Sure enough, when the evening self-study session began, the test papers were distributed. This time, the English teacher and the Chinese teacher stood side by side on the podium. After the 2 exams ended, it turned out that 25 people were going to Class B tonight. With that, the number of people remaining in Class A was only 12. Ouyang Shui and Zhao Dan also went to Class B. Before leaving, they looked at Lu Mei with teary eyes. Lu Mei looked unable to bear it and only said, "See you at the library tonight." This was in the hope that the two of them could make rapid progress in their grades and return to classes soon. Lan Xian was a bit puzzled. The NPCs capable of being in the grade 12 class, they should all have a decent foundation. Yet Ouyang Shui and Zhao Dan had failed their English exams this time. After the evening self-study session, before leaving the classroom, she glanced lightly at the college entrance exam countdown hanging on the blackboard and was stunned. She rubbed her eyes and took another look. She hadn't misread it. It displayed the 3 large characters. College entrance exam countdown 20 days. But wasn't it 30 days when she looked yesterday? How could it be 20 days today? When she went down to the second floor, she hesitated for a moment and glanced at the office on the right side of the corridor. The lights were all on inside, and the teachers were diligently grading assignments. The seats were full of teachers, but not a single one was the person she had encountered that afternoon. Her 3 roommates had arranged to go to the library to review, so she returned to the dormitory alone. The auntie was the same as always, head down, knitting a scarf. That scarf looked like it would be finished by tomorrow. There were very few people in the washroom tonight. After she finished showering and carried her basin back to the dormitory, walking along the dormitory corridor, the sensor lights flickered on and off, and she seemed to hear the sound of dripping water. The third-floor dormitory building always gave her the feeling that she was the only living person there. Pushing open the door to dormitory 302, the light inside gave her a bit of courage. She breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door, and lay on the bed. It was 10 p.m. now, and there was 1 hour left until the 11 p.m. lights out. But Lu Mei, Ouyang Shui, and Zhao Dan had not returned yet. The moment the lights went out, Lan Xian still hadn't waited for her 3 roommates to return. This meant she would spend the night alone in the dormitory. Oh no! The door wasn't locked. Lan Xin's expression changed. But she heard Ouyang Shui's voice from outside the door. "Lan Xian, are you asleep?" Zhao Dan was also pleading. "I know you aren't asleep yet. We both have books in our hands. Can you help us open the door?" Seeing that Lan Xian didn't respond for a long time, Lu Mei became a bit angry. "We are all in the same dormitory. Give us a hand." Something was wrong. These 3 words popped into Lan Xin's mind. The dormitory door pushed inward. Even if the 3 of them didn't have hands, they had feet, and since the door wasn't locked, 1 kick would open it. Yet they insisted on her helping them open the door. Lan Xian prepared to play dead until the end, and continued to ignore them. Although the 3 of them were clearly outside the door, the sound coming from them seemed as if it were right next to Lan Xin's ear. It was chilling and made one's scalp tingle. The 3 people outside realized that after calling for a long time, Lan Xian was ignoring them, and they became very angry. Loud pounding and cursing came from the door, and when they were tired of cursing, there were also the pleading voices of Ouyang Shui and Lu Mei. Lan Xian turned over and continued to sleep. When there was completely no movement outside the door, Lan Xian thought about it and decided not to get out of bed. Since those outside couldn't get in anyway, it didn't matter whether she locked it or not, but she was destined not to sleep well that night, remaining vigilant at all times. On the 3rd day, when she returned to the classroom, the first thing she looked at was directly in front of the blackboard. Sure enough, the college entrance exam countdown had changed to 10 days. Lan Xian dared not imagine what would happen once it turned to 0. Current players, 20. It went directly from 39 to 20. In just one night, 19 more players were gone. It seemed that her dormitory wasn't the only one with roommates who didn't return home last night. Lu Mei didn't come to Class A. And a few others didn't appear either. After counting, there were only 9 people left in Class A at the moment. Today was self-study all day. The teacher coldly distributed 4 test papers at once: geography, chemistry, physics, and biology, and didn't stay in the classroom. This high school was a bit interesting. It didn't separate liberal arts and sciences, and they studied everything. After finishing the 4 test papers, Lan Xian lay on her desk to catch up on some sleep. Last night was too dangerous. She hadn't dared to fall into a deep sleep. After sleeping for several hours, she finally recovered some energy. The teacher was still nowhere to be seen in the classroom. Furthermore, the teachers on the first and second floors had also disappeared. The college entrance exam was imminent, and the entire school gave off an oppressive and gloomy atmosphere. The dark clouds in the sky were heavy, and it was almost June. Yet she couldn't hear any insect chirping or bird calls in the school. She went to the fourth floor. Class B also had 7 rows and 8 columns, but it was only filled with 20 people. She frowned. This was impossible. Just in these 2 days, more than 20 people had gone from Class A to Class B. Apart from Gu Hao's girlfriend Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian, she didn't recognize anyone else among the familiar faces inside. But weren't Ouyang Shui and Zhao Dan also in Class B? Why didn't she see them? And where had Lu Mei gone? Just then, a teacher came to Class B to collect the test papers. So Lan Xian stopped him to ask. Teachers would answer questions within the school rules. Those 3, they were promising students, but unfortunately, they were taken away by the head teacher of Class D. He sighed as he spoke and specifically looked at Lan Xian. I heard the head teacher of Class D is also very interested in you, but was scolded away by the head teacher of your class. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. Do you want to come to Class B? Our class is also very good. Being stared at like that, Lan Xian only felt her hair stand on end again. She didn't know if it was good or not, but just seeing the complexions of Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian after coming to class that haggard look like someone on the verge of death made her not want to stay there for even a moment. The teacher looked at Lan Xian with regret, ignored her, and entered the Class B classroom. It seemed she had guessed correctly. The people who died had entered Class D. Lu Mei, Ouyang Shui, and Zhao Dan had gone to the library to review last night, and for some reason, they hadn't returned to the dormitory before lights out. So the school directly determined that they had gone to Class D. She had finished all 4 test papers, so she only needed to return to the classroom before school ended. Lan Xian made up her mind to go to the library to investigate again. Perhaps there was something she had missed last time. As soon as she stepped 1 foot into the library, she felt a chill. The students who had been sitting and studying or reading all stared at her blankly, as if she were an alien. Lan Xian took a step forward, and their gazes followed 1 step forward. The gazes coming from all directions made her almost want to turn and flee. She held back. She picked up the nearest book and started flipping through it. The surrounding scrutiny and cold gazes finally disappeared, and the students continued to bury their heads in their studies. In the second-floor library, she also ran into her 3 roommates, Lu Mei, Ouyang Shui, and Zhao Dan. The 3 of them were shrouded in black mist. Their eyes still looked like those of normal people, but their skin was slightly tinged with blue. Seeing Lan Xian, they smiled at her pallidly, revealing ghastly white teeth. It was creepy. Lan Xian hadn't expected to meet them here, and wanted to avoid them. But she saw Ouyang Shui wave at her and hand a note forward. There was originally no writing on the note, but when Lan Xian looked at it, several large characters written in fresh blood appeared. Shall we come find you tonight? Chapter 7 Involution School 7. Lan Xian was scared out of her wits. The 3 of them saw she hadn't reacted for a long time, and the black aura around them grew visibly thicker. As long as it is a game, there are rules. The note contained a question, so as long as she didn't agree, they couldn't enter the dormitory. Steadying her nerves, Lan Xian picked up the pen on the table to write on the note. Strangely, no matter what she wrote, the perfectly fine pen acted like a broken part on the note, failing to function. The 3 of them continued to stare at her and smile. Feeling the surroundings growing colder, Lan Xian took the pen of learning out of her equipment bag, and quickly wrote on the note. There are only 10 days left until the college entrance exam. You must race against time. Stay in the library to study tonight. After writing this line, Lan Xian realized her forehead was covered in sweat. Fortunately, after the 3 finished reading, the black aura around them stopped gathering. They didn't look at Lan Xian again, and continued to bury their heads in practice problems. Thinking back to the system prompt when entering the game. Study hard and make progress every day. Only then did Lan Xian understand. As long as she didn't violate the iron rule of study hard, they could coexist peacefully. But what did make progress every day mean? Progress. How many floors was the tallest building in the school? Except for teaching building number 5, which had 5 floors, the other teaching buildings were small, low-rise buildings with only 4 floors. The cafeteria's tallest floor was also 4, and the dormitory was even lower, with only 3 floors. The library looked imposing, but its highest floor was also only 4. So her classroom, located in teaching building number 5, was the tallest building in the school? No, that's not right. Teaching building number 5 also had a rooftop, above Class C. That was the highest point. Unfortunately, it was locked, and there was a risk when she snuck a look last time. Keeping this information firmly in mind, Lon Xian wandered around the library again. Besides books, there were only people burying their heads in study. It was just that all these people looked lifeless, not like living people. Returning to the classroom, she took out a book to cover her face again, and continued to sleep on the desk, saving her energy. Her thoughts drifted. She thought of that player in the cafeteria, the one who looked quite good. She wondered where the school cook lived at night. Was it at the school? Or could they live off campus? Ever since she discovered the horror on the 4th floor of the cafeteria last time, she refused to go back to the cafeteria, no matter what. These past few days, she had been returning to the dormitory to eat instant noodles and bread. Her intuition told her that staying in the dormitory and the classroom was the safest. Tang Mengmeng, please help me. Gu Hao was whispering to her on the side. It seemed that as the number of test papers increased, many players were starting to struggle. With his girlfriend not by his side, he sycophantically flattered Tang Mengmeng, praising her as a goddess. Chun Qingqing gave a soft scoff and stopped looking at him. Gu Hao didn't care at all. What was face? Surviving was what mattered. Tang Mengmeng bought into his act and laughingly tossed the answers to him. So the special game prop Tang Mengmeng obtained could predict the answers to the test papers. No wonder she could help so many players at the same time. Gu Hao grinned when he got the answers, flattered her a few more times, and after finishing the test paper, he left the classroom and went upstairs. This guy still had a bit of a conscience. At least he was still thinking about his girlfriend. During evening self-study, 4 test papers were distributed. Several people in the class got 100 on all 4 subjects, including Gu Hao. In today's test, no one in grade 12 Class A went to Class B. Everyone passed, and the number of people remained at 9. She had originally thought Zhou Qianli could return to grade 12 Class A today, but unexpectedly, the loudspeaker in the classroom blared, broadcasting. Notice: Class B students Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian cheated on their test papers during self-study. The punishment is to go to teaching building number 1 to face the wall and reflect. With the college entrance exam approaching, we hope students will be vigilant and study hard. After broadcasting 3 times, the sound of the loudspeaker stopped. Gu Hao's face showed terror. He naturally knew what fate awaited those who went to teaching building number 1. He had some feelings for Zhou Qianli, so he couldn't help but rush out, wanting to go to Class B to protect her. Other players also wanted to see where exactly Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian would be taken. Where exactly was that mysterious teaching building number 1? When everyone reached Class B, they were horrified to find that there wasn't a single person in the entire class. They went upstairs to check Class C, and it was the same. In the entire teaching building number 5, only grade 12 Class A remained. Lon Xian carefully noticed that the number of current players on the light screen had changed, from 20 to 11. What kind of terrifying game was this? It was only the 3rd day, and only 11 players were left. This damn game. Give Zhou Qianli back to me. Hand her over. Gu Hao screamed hysterically at the sky. Suddenly, a flash of thunder streaked across, followed by rolls of thunder, adding a few more layers of horror to the desolate campus. After evening self-study ended, Lon Xian hurried back to the dormitory. It would be bad if she caught a cold from the rain, and she hadn't bought any cold medicine. The shop door was tightly shut. Ever since the teachers on the 1st and 2nd floors disappeared, the shop hadn't opened. She couldn't help but wonder if she should come to teaching building number 5 tomorrow, or stay in the dormitory. Passing by the cafeteria, gusts of eerie wind blew through the campus. In this June weather, she felt a chill deep in her bones. Looking up at the top floor of the cafeteria, A shadow seemed to flash past the window on the fourth floor. Lon Xian shivered and arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. Tonight, Auntie was not bowing her head to knit a scarf. Her red scarf was finished, wrapped layer by layer around her neck, and she was sitting by the door, smiling at her. In this June weather. Auntie, your scarf is finished. Your skills are really good. This scarf is really beautiful. Lon Xian began to dryly flatter her. Could she not flatter her? The person was blocking the way. If she didn't move, she couldn't get in. Hearing someone praise the scarf she knitted, Auntie's dull eyes gained a bit of light. My daughter loves the scarf I knitted for her the most. She wears it around her neck all 4 seasons. Lon Xian laughed hee a few times. So could she move? She just wanted to go back to the dormitory. Auntie seemed to have found a confidant, and sat at the door chatting with her. You know her, right? My daughter. She's about to take the college entrance exam. The child dreams of getting into a prestigious university. This name sounded familiar. It was that classmate who gave her the special game prop at the start. Thank you, NPC. But now there was no one left in Class B and Class C. And Wu Yu wasn't in Class A either. She had obviously gone to Class D. I know her. She's a very good person. There was no mother in the world who didn't think her daughter was good. Especially when hearing someone praise her own daughter. Auntie instantly looked at Lon Xian more favorably. I won't be coming to school tomorrow. Take care of yourself, student. Saying this, she took off that scarf, which looked like it was dyed red with blood, from her neck and gave it to Lon Xian. Lon Xian resisted internally. She really didn't want it. Congratulations to player Lon Xian for obtaining the hidden auxiliary game prop for this round. Warm scarf. Warm scarf usage rules. Wearing this scarf knitted by a mother, you won't feel cold no matter how cold the weather is. Hidden prop tip. If you are in a supernatural world, wearing this warm scarf will gain the favor of NPCs, and you will not be actively attacked by NPCs for up to 3 days. P.S. Special auxiliary equipment can be stored in the equipment slot. Only if a player dies can other players randomly inherit it. Chapter 8. Involution School 8. To think I could actually obtain a hidden auxiliary item in the game? It was like winning $1 million. Lon Xian was dazed by the sudden windfall. Hurriedly taking the warm scarf, she thanked Auntie again. Auntie smiled slightly at her, picked up her stool, and went straight into the dormitory building, vanishing from sight. The entire building was completely silent. Thunder struck again, and rain began to drift from the sky. Lon Xian rushed straight to her dormitory, closed the doors and windows tightly, and this time she locked the door in advance. Tonight, she didn't want to be disturbed by the 3 roommates knocking on her door again. So she placed the warm scarf by her pillow. Night fell, and the wind and rain outside grew stronger. It was hard to tell if the sounds outside were the howling of the wind, or the desperate screams of people in dire straits. Dormitory 302 was normal all night. In the early morning, it wasn't the school bell that woke her, but the broadcast on the 4th day announcing, "A new day has arrived. All examinees, please bring your admission tickets and ID cards, and head to the classrooms to take the college entrance examination." The 4th day college entrance examination countdown, 0 days. The rain stopped, leaving the sky overcast, but fortunately, it wasn't raining anymore. Lon Xian carried a backpack today. Worried about potential changes, she packed 3 days' worth of rations and water inside. She picked up the admission ticket and ID card that had appeared by her bedside upon waking, looking at the black and white photo that matched her appearance. The person inside seemed to be smiling at her. It was creepy. Today, teaching building number 5 was different from usual. The entrance was cordoned off with red lines, and a red banner hung above the building, wishing all students of Jinghua High School success in the college entrance examination and admission to their dream universities. At the entrance, the teachers who had been missing for a long time stood in rows, wearing invigilator passes and work permits on their chests, dressed in neat black clothes, waiting for the examinees to enter. After being checked one by one, the students of grade 12 Class A took their seats in the classroom according to their admission tickets. It was the familiar grade 12 Class A classroom, but with only 9 people left in the 7-row 8-column layout, the classroom appeared exceptionally empty. The broadcast sounded again. The rules for the college entrance examination are as follows. 1. Cheating is not allowed. Those who cheat will die. 2. The examination consists of 8 subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, history, geography, chemistry, biology, and physics. It will be conducted over 2 days, with 4 subjects per day. 3. Return to the dormitory immediately after the examination ends. Do not go out, or you will face the consequences. For elimination system at the bottom, the person who ranks last in any single subject will die. After hearing the broadcast, the expressions of the players in the classroom changed drastically. There were only 9 people left taking the college entrance examination. And with an 8-subject elimination system at the bottom, wouldn't that mean only one person could survive? Tang Mingming's eyes flickered slightly. 5 invigilators filed into the examination hall in unison to verify the examinee's information. The 9 people were Lan Xian, Tang Mingming, Guhao Chen Qingqing, Ma Wei, Zheng Jun, Jin Yanda, Wei Jia, and Tang Xiaohong. The bell rang again. And Lan Xian noticed that the teacher handing her the exam paper was the exact same teacher from Class D she had encountered before. The first subject was Chinese. Taking out her pencil case, Lan Xian retrieved the pen of learning and began answering the questions. In front of the blackboard it displayed, College Entrance Examination Countdown 0 days. A clock hung to the side, showing it was exactly 8 o'clock, and the second hand made a ticking sound. Of the 5 invigilators, 1 sat at the front, 1 stood at the very back, 1 stood on each side, and 1 patrolled around. It was different from the previous self-study test papers. Before it was genuinely relaxed. This time, it was genuinely strict. Lan Xian took 40 minutes to finish the exam questions. This time, she didn't selectively get questions wrong, but filled in all the correct answers. Even if the other players found out, it didn't matter. After all, this might be the last exam. And with this big Campana benefit elimination system at the bottom, why bother? She didn't want to be eliminated yet. After finishing the questions, she stood up to hand in her paper. That teacher from Class D glanced at her, but said nothing. Before leaving the classroom, Lan Xian glanced at the remaining players. All 8 of them were buried in their work, writing with intense bitterness and hatred. This time, there was no Tang Mingming to give them answers, and she wondered what scores they would get. Tang Mingming looked terrible, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The game equipment she had obtained this time did not provide her with the correct answers. She didn't understand. Could it be because the college entrance examination was the fairest exam? And where would answers come from for sealed exam papers? Seeing Lan Xian hand in her paper, she felt even more anxious. The more anxious she was, the more mistakes she made. After leaving the teaching building, she asked a teacher at the entrance, "Teacher, may I ask if we can stay in the school after the college entrance examination ends?" The teacher looked at her with a strange expression. "Are you, student, planning to wait for the examination results at the school? Is that allowed?" Generally speaking, it is not allowed. After the college entrance examination ends, there is no one in the school, and the school will not be held responsible if anything happens. That meant it was possible. She didn't want to stay in the school either, but this round of the game was called Involution School, and she didn't believe the players could normally leave this school. Lan Xian looked sincere. Who do I need to find to get a certificate to stay at the school? She remembered that the school loved issuing certificates. The dean of students can issue this certificate for you. Today is the college entrance examination, and she happens to be at school. The teacher glanced at his watch. He added, "At this hour, she should be invigilating in teaching building number 1. Student, are you going to find her?" The air behind her turned cold again. What was going on? Lan Xian forced a smile. Invigilating requires focus. It would be irresponsible to the students learning to distract her. "May I ask when else I can find her?" The teacher thought for a moment. After the invigilation ends later, she should go to the library to stay for a while. "Thank you, teacher." Looking at the time, there was half an hour left before the examination ended. Lan Xian decided to go to the library and wait there first. This school was full of traps. She could guarantee that if she hadn't asked proactively, The teacher just now wouldn't have mentioned the certificate to stay at the school. The information Auntie gave was that starting today, she wouldn't be in the dormitory building. Then, starting tonight, besides the players, who else would be in the dormitory building? After the 2-day college entrance examination ended, if players hadn't obtained the certificate to stay at the school, could they still return to the dormitory building? Thinking about it, she felt a shiver. Just as she arrived at the library, she was once again infected by the intense atmosphere of study inside, and her 3 roommates were still staring at her from their usual spot. She calmly took out the pen of learning and continued writing. The college entrance examination is the most important battle in life. Don't do anything for these 2 days. Just stay in the library and study hard. Feeling it wasn't enough, she added another sentence. For every extra point you get, you can defeat thousands of people. Don't waste any more time. Other than studying, you don't love anything else. Greatly encouraged, the 3 roommates were revitalized and continued to bury their heads in practicing questions. Lan xin e salet? But someone poked her back. Lan xin. A cold voice called her again. She almost answered out of reflex. Years of vigilance kept her from answering. During the day, even when the 3 roommates communicated with her in the library, they could only do so by writing notes. Then, who was the one that could speak? Goosebumps rose again. What was going on? Slowly turning around, Wang Dazhuang behind her was smiling at her with a fawning face. It was really messing with her mind. Lan Xian stared at him, extended her index finger, and placed it in front of her mouth, a gesture for silence that explained everything. The school library should prohibit noise, right? So, if she had made even the slightest sound just now, she probably would have been sent straight to Class D. Chapter 9, Involution School 9. Wang Dazhuang chuckled eerily, staring at her as he slowly retreated until he vanished. She previously thought the library was nothing special, but thinking about it now, it was practically a gathering place for bosses of all sizes. Sharpied, she caught a glimpse of a familiar back. Wasn't that the handsome cook from the cafeteria? He was searching for some book among the rows of bookshelves. After weighing her options, she followed him. Perhaps he had obtained some information she didn't know. Besides, the special game equipment she obtained was useless to him. The school's setting for the cook was that he didn't participate in the national college entrance exam. When there's no conflict of interest, players might be able to cooperate. Sensing someone's gaze, Shirji's sharp eyes squinted as he looked at Lan Xian. It's her. Frowning slightly, he continued to bury his head in searching for the key. According to the clues, the key should be in the library, but he had been searching for several days and found nothing. Time was running out. He had to hurry. Lan Xian stood opposite him, looking at him through the rows of books. In Shirji's eyes, it was such a scene. A young girl with a slightly chubby face, delicate features and clear eyes, resting her hands on the bookshelf and looking at him curiously. He was stunned for a moment. Lan Xian gestured for a long time from the opposite side, unsure if this person understood her meaning. Seeing him dazed, she thought to herself, could he be an idiot? Doesn't look like it. He looks more like a veteran player. She handed him a note. Cooperate to clear the level together? After Shirji finished reading the words on the note, his brow furrowed even deeper. Cooperate? That's a fresh word. He thought all newbies only knew how to cry and cling to someone's thighs. The girl was impatient, and the sound of her fingertips lightly tapping on the bookshelf brought him back to his senses. He wrote on the note, find the glowing book. Find what book? What kind of book glows? If it were before, Lan Xian would only think this person was crazy. But this was a game world. Nothing was impossible. Nodding, she joined the fray. The library only had 3 floors. Shirji had already searched the first floor. Seeing him searching the second, she simply went to the third. There were fewer classmates studying on the 3rd floor. Lan Xian searched row by row, but found no the glowing book. The glowing book, how was that defined? Was it seen with the eyes? Or something else? As if having an epiphany, Lan Xian simply closed her eyes and felt for all the books on the 3rd floor. There were dark, gloomy and cold things nearby, seemingly drawing closer, but Lan Xian didn't pay them any attention. Her entire focus was on the glowing book. Found it. Third row, fifth shelf of section B on the third floor. Opening her eyes, she found that the students on the third floor were all standing in front of her at some point. Their eyes were all white, their clothes were stained with blood, and their fingernails were black. They were approaching her in a distorted, rigid posture. The school bell also rang at this moment. These people were like seals being released. With mouths agape and bits of meat still stuck to their teeth, they lunged at her. Lan Xian quickly retreated, using the book in her hand as a weapon to smash into them before turning tail and running. What on earth was going on? The Chinese exam was over, and it was now break time. This group of things wanted to trap her in the library. Those from the first and second floors also began to swarm toward the third. These things weren't fast, but their numbers were staggering, and they looked at Lan Xian as if staring at prey. Lan Xian maneuvered around them, like playing hide-and-seek, slowly moving toward Section B. Finally reaching Section B, she was surrounded. Even if she got the glowing book, it would be hard to escape. The third row was right in front of her. The glowing book was on the fifth shelf, she already saw it. She rushed forward and clutched the book to her chest. Congratulations to player Lan Xian for obtaining a one-time game item for this round, the glowing book. The glowing book usage rules. It is the nemesis of all door locks. Possessing it allows one to open any lock in any world. Also known as the universal key, mothers no longer have to worry about losing keys when going home. P.S. Special auxiliary equipment can be stored in the equipment bar. Other players can only obtain it through random inheritance upon the player's death. No time to be happy. How was she going to escape this alive? She didn't have any offensive equipment in her hands. Remembering the pepper spray she bought at the canteen and her homemade spray, she pulled them out of her pocket and gave the group of monsters a good spray. It actually worked. The monsters were terrified, clutching their eyes in agony. Their eyes were their weakness. Lan Xian no longer hesitated, taking out the spray to target the monster's eyes. It seemed pepper spray could not only defend against perverts but also against monsters. Taking advantage of the monsters clutching their eyes, she pushed over rows of bookshelves, pinning the monsters to the ground so they couldn't move. Good opportunity. Fighting her way out, Lan Xian didn't linger. The stairs were right in front of her. A monster rushed up in front of her, its nails nearly scratching her face. Due to momentum, she couldn't retreat in time. Was she going to fall here today? Closing her eyes, she didn't dare look. A warm hand tightly gripped her wrist and pulled her along. Stunned, she opened her eyes to see the monster replaced by the handsome cook. He held an iron folding fan. Not knowing what material it was made of, it would return after being thrown to kill monsters. The iron fan was stained with monster blood. All the monsters on the stairs were knocked down. And the two quickly ran downstairs and rushed out of the library doors. Fortunately, those monsters seemed to be confined by some sort of restriction. They could only pound on the library doors but couldn't come out. Lan Xian felt as if she had just raced with death, gasping for breath. Did you find it? Shirji asked. Found it. Lan Xian took the glowing book from her equipment bag and gave it to him. He didn't take it. A subtle change appeared in the way he looked at her. You're just giving me the item you risked your life for? He asked. Lan Xian said, you also just saved my life. Without him, she would have been a goner long ago. Besides, she was the one who first proposed cooperation. The glowing book was her sincerity. Shirji nodded, took the glowing book, and said, you're taking the National College entrance exam today, right? Do your best. Lan Xin. What was with this fatherly expression? I'll come find you after the exam. Since she helped him find the key, he didn't mind protecting her for a while in this round of the game. But whether she could stay alive until the end of the exam would depend on her luck. Lan Xin not dead? My dorm is room 302. After saying it, she felt something was off. I'm the only one in the dorm, she added. It seemed even more off. Lan Xian was a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Shirji wasn't one to overthink things. He nodded, indicating he understood. What are you doing? The Dean of Students' stern voice came from behind. Her gaze swept back and forth between Lan Xian and Shirji. scrutinizing the two of them. Lan Xian felt that things were taking a turn for the worse. The dean of students wouldn't think she was in a school romance, would she? The school didn't allow puppy love. She quickly explained, "Teacher, this is my brother. He works in the cafeteria and came specifically to encourage me since he knew him taking the National College entrance exam today." The suffocating gaze finally dissipated. On the contrary, Shiji, forced to acknowledge a younger sister, had a somewhat unnatural expression on his face. Chapter 10, Involution School 10. The next exam is about to start. Hurry up and prepare. The dean of students wore a stern face, his tone cold. Lan Xian asked, "My brother and I would like to get a certificate to stay at school. The school is our home, and we have nowhere else to go after the college entrance exam. Could you please?" The dean of students looked even more displeased. "We don't keep students at school after the college entrance exam. Which class are you in?" "Class A." Upon hearing that she was in Class A, the dean of students' expression softened slightly. "There will be no one at school after the exams. And the water and electricity in the dorms will be cut off. Stay safe. You are responsible for any consequences if something happens. Also, I will only issue a certificate for 4 days. You must leave the school after 4 days." Lan Xian nodded and replied, "All right, teacher." The dean of students picked up the pen clipped to his chest and wrote 2 certificates to stay at school on a piece of paper. Ding, the bell rang again. "Hurry to your exam," the dean of students urged. Sensing something, he cast a cold glance inside the library. Handing Shiji one of the certificates, Lan Xian rushed toward teaching building number 5. According to the rules, students could enter the exam hall within 15 minutes of being late. Before leaving, she glanced at the library. The monsters inside seemed to have been pacified by something, and the classmates inside continued to bury themselves in their studies. She had just entered the exam hall, and sat down when the broadcast began to announce, "Students, the first exam, Chinese, has concluded. I will now announce your scores. First place, Lan Xian 99 points. Second place, Tang Mengmeng 83 points. Third place, Chen Qingqing 75 points. Fourth place, Ma Wei 69 points. Fifth place, Zheng Jun 68 points. Sixth place, Jin Yunda 65 points. Seventh place, Wei Jie 62 points. Eighth place, Tang Xiaohong 55 points. Ninth place, Gu Hao 54 points. Gu Hao's expression changed drastically. He glared fiercely at Tang Mengmeng. It was all this woman's fault. She didn't pass him the answers. Now he had become the last one. Now he was the one who would die. Were they all happy now? "No, don't kill me." Gu Hao looked devastated. Silence. The Class D teacher standing at the podium took out a ruler and slapped the podium. "We will now begin the elimination of the lowest-ranking students." As soon as the words fell, 2 people fell from the high building, crashing heavily to the ground with gruesome deaths. Lan Xian was sitting near the window, and clearly saw that the woman in the red clothes was Zhou Qianli. The broadcast continued to announce, "Students Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian did not participate in the Chinese exam. Their total score is 0, tying for last place. Death." Soon, the exam proctors downstairs cleaned up the 2, leaving not a single trace of blood. Having escaped a catastrophe, Gu Hao sat slumped in his chair with a pale face, not even having the energy to grieve for his girlfriend's death. After all, if not for Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian, he would have been the one to die this time. The broadcast announced, "The math exam officially begins." After the exam papers were distributed, Lan Xian continued to bury herself in solving the questions. It was somewhat surprising that Tang Mengmeng didn't use a game prop this time. After all, this exam wasn't about passing, but about the elimination of the lowest-ranking students. She finished the math exam in 30 minutes and handed in her paper early again. Lan Xian went to the cafeteria to find the handsome cook. The time had been too short before, and she hadn't had a chance to ask his name. This time there was a lunch break, so they could have a chat. During the college entrance exam, the school cafeteria remained open, though the number of cafeteria staff had decreased. Lan Xian thought he would be hard to find, but she found him directly on the first floor. At this moment he was picking vegetables at the entrance. Seeing Lon Xian, he waved his hand, asking her to help out. Is the work in the cafeteria this busy? Lon Xian asked while picking vegetables. It wasn't this busy at the beginning, but it gets busier as it goes on, he replied. Lon Xian nodded. Just like their exams, the difficulty increased. What should I call you? He asked first. Lan Xin. And you? Shiji. After finishing this basin of vegetables, he switched to peeling a basin of potatoes. That was a nice name. With nothing to do, Lon Xian continued to probe him. Will this game become more dangerous later on? Shiji's hand, which was peeling potatoes, paused slightly. It will be very dangerous. At this time, Lon Xian did not understand the meaning of very dangerous. Later, she cursed the system to high heaven. The two worked together to finish the vegetables, and the math exam also ended. Do you want to eat potato rice bowl? Shiji called out to her as she was about to leave. The students quite like eating this. Lon Xian hesitated slightly. After all, the fourth floor of the cafeteria. Shiji said, I made it myself. The ingredients are fine. All right then. It was hard to refuse such hospitality. After eating the potato rice bowl made by Shiji, the taste was surprisingly good, and she ate a few more bites. Leaving the cafeteria, she was blocked at the door by someone. You're a player, right? You hit it quite well. The first to speak was Chun Qingqing. Go Hao also looked angry. If you're a player, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you lie to us that you were an NPC? Seeing that she had been exposed, Lon Xian was not annoyed. Didn't you guys also not ask me? You. Go Hao was furious. While that was true, he still thought Lon Xian was dishonest for not voluntarily confessing. Do you have any business? If not, I'm going back to study. Lan Xin Saitons Li. You do so well on every exam. You must have a game prop, right? Little sister, good things shouldn't be enjoyed alone. Why not take it out and share it with everyone? Ma Wei, Zhengjun Jinyanda, Wei Jia, and Tang Xiaohong also stared at Lon Xian with burning eyes. If they snatched the prop in her hand, they would be first place. First place wouldn't die. How should I share it? You also saw that Zhou Qianli and Yu Tian, who tied for last place, were eliminated together. Lon Xian gave a mocking smile. Besides, who said I have a game prop? Can't you tell? Lan Xin asked. Tell what? Everyone asked. I'm smart. Lon Xian gave them a look that said they were stupid. You are all working adults, right? Before entering the game, I had just finished the college entrance exam, and was admitted to a prestigious university, okay? Impossible. Tang Mingming's face turned pale. Her prop had already expired, so why could Lon Xin's be used? She absolutely refused to admit that Lon Xian was smarter than her. Lon Xian also couldn't understand a woman's competitive nature. As far as I know, the only person here with a game prop is Tang Mingming. Did you focus your attention on the wrong person? Who didn't know how to shift the blame to others? Tang Mingming said angrily, my prop has already expired, otherwise do you think you would be the one in first place? Who knows if it's really expired or fake? Can you prove it? Otherwise, lend me your prop for the next exam. I want to see if I can get a perfect score. She had been very low-key since coming to this game, so she hadn't gotten a perfect score. The players' eyes turned toward Tang Mingming again, and their expressions changed. Yeah, this woman said her prop expired, but who could prove it? And how could a game prop just stop working? She had heard old players say that it was good to get one or two pieces of equipment in a game, let alone ones with the same attributes. If Lon Xian could hear what they were thinking, she would be very surprised. Because the pen of learning she obtained was an exam prop with the same attributes, and even more flexible and advanced than Tang Mingming's equipment. Chapter 11 Involution School 11. She is sowing discord, don't fall for her tricks. Tang Mingming gritted her teeth. Big sister, is it a crime to be smart? You are truly amusing. Lon Xian crossed her arms, speechless. The players were no longer staring at Lon Xian. They shifted their focus, surrounded Tang Mingming, and forced her to hand over her game prop. Lon Xian seized the opportunity to add, don't kill her. The base number is too small, there won't be enough people to die in the exams. Right. Can't kill her. There were only 9 people taking the exams to begin with. And with each round of elimination, 8 people had to die. By that calculation, only 2 people out of the 9 could survive. Tang Mengmeng said viciously, "Lan Xine, you little bitch." Even if she died, she would drag someone down with her. Lan Xine could only scoff. She couldn't understand this big sister's train of thought. Did she really take her for a pushover? She intentionally mentioned the base number of examinees, because she was afraid this group would act recklessly. If they really attacked her, her martial power value was insufficient, and she couldn't win. But regarding personal survival, it was a choice between 2 people living after the exam or only one. It was up to them. If there's nothing else, I'm going to study. After all, I can't beat you all, so I have to rely on my brain. It seemed what Tang Mengmeng said was true. Her game prop had malfunctioned. In the next exam, she could selectively get a few questions wrong, so as not to be so outstanding. She wanted to see what the players would do to ensure they weren't the last place when they believed all game props were malfunctioning. The third exam was English. Before the exam, the broadcast announced the results of the previous math exam again. First place, Lan Xine 100 points. Second place, Tang Mengmeng 90 points. Third place, Chen Qingqing 88 points. Fourth place, Zheng Jun 72 points. Fifth place, Ma Wei 69 points. Sixth place, Ge Hao 54 points. Seventh place, Tang Xiaohong 48 points. Eighth place, Jin Yunda 31 points. Ninth place, Wei Jia 30 points. This time the person in last place wasn't Ge Hao. It was someone else. Wei Jia's expression changed drastically. He was actually in last place this time. "Teacher, please give me another chance. I will definitely do well on this exam," he begged while kneeling. The Class D head teacher looked at him with pity. "Child, there is no turning back in life." As soon as the voice finished, Wei Jia's eyes instantly became numb and vacant. Soon a bang sound was heard. His head exploded, and half of his body fell heavily to the ground. This time, the killing happened right in the classroom. Tang Xiaohong was timid and couldn't help but scream out loud. The Class D head teacher even consoled them. "Exam time is pressing. I must ask students to overcome this. We will deal with it after the exam ends." The broadcast began to play eerie, emotionless English listening audio again. Lan Xine was very unhappy. When Wei Jia's body exploded just now, some tissue got on her clothes. Although this was a survival game and she couldn't be picky, but she was really furious. The English listening section was time-consuming, and she spent another 20 minutes writing the test paper before handing it in. She didn't want to stay in the classroom any longer. The Class D head teacher looked at her a little longer, his eyes full of regret, as if saying, "What a pity, such an excellent student is not in our class." Lan Xin, Seo Si Li, Tangs. Having learned her lesson, Lan Xine wouldn't be stupid enough to stay in the library. She went to the restroom first and ran the faucet for a while. The water inside was clear and didn't turn a horrific blood red. She washed her face, cleaned the grime off her hair, and when she looked into the mirror, a red shadow flashed by. Drip, drip, drip. The dripping sound she had heard upstairs on the 5th floor appeared again. Is it starting in broad daylight now? She glanced out the window and was shocked again. Since when did it get so dark at just past 3 p.m.? It seemed that after the next subject, history, she had to return to the dormitory early. She didn't want to deal with the thing behind her. In any case, these guys wouldn't dare act recklessly during the exam. Didn't she see that the teachers were all acting normal? The rules couldn't be partial. The dripping sound behind her got closer and closer. No matter how bold Lan Xine was, she didn't stay long. Before leaving the restroom, she closed the door. She really wanted to go to the 5th floor again to see what was hidden on that rooftop. What lock was that glowing book found by Shirji supposed to open? Could it be the rooftop? Next was the history exam. The broadcast continued to report the results of the previous English exam without emotion. First place, Lan Xine 95 points. Second place, Chen Qingqing 80 points. Third place, Jin Yunda 70 points. Fourth place, Tang Xiaohong 65 points. Fifth place, Ma Wei 63 points. Sixth place, Ge Hao 55 points. Seventh place, Tang Mingmeng 51 points. 8th place, Zheng Jun 48 points. The students who weren't in last place all had expressions of having escaped death. Zheng Jun's emotions weren't very agitated. He was prepared to die. Thinking of Wei Jie's tragic death, he tremblingly took out a knife, closed his eyes, and slit his own throat. The Class D head teacher continued to lament. This student has great awareness. Perhaps after being recycled, he will be a fine man again. The other players looked at him with hatred. At this moment, the broadcast announced again. The history class is taught personally by the Class A head teacher. After a unanimous decision by all teachers, this exam will last 30 minutes. Lan Xian keenly noticed that Tang Xiaohong didn't show up for this history exam. 15 minutes after the exam bell rang, she still hadn't arrived. It seemed the struggle between the players had also begun. Just don't know who did it this time. Because the sacrificial lamb for the next exam had been found. The players' mindset during this history exam was very relaxed. After spending 20 minutes finishing the history test paper, Lan Xian packed her bag and ran downstairs. There were 10 minutes left before the exam ended. She needed to get back to the dormitory within 10 minutes. Her hurried appearance was keenly noticed by Chen Qingqing, who frowned slightly. It was getting dark outside. Just as she exited teaching building number 5, her path was blocked by the Class A head teacher. How did you do on the exam? Lan Xian thought for a moment. It's okay. Come with me to the office. Let's estimate the scores, he said expressionlessly. Lan Xian refused him. Teacher, I'm exhausted after testing all day. In order to perform normally in tomorrow's exams, I request to return to the dormitory early to rest today. Having a good sleep will also allow me to perform better. The Class A head teacher nodded, was persuaded, and let her leave. This delay wasted another 5 minutes. She had 5 minutes left. She sprinted to the dormitory building, looked up at the sky, and saw that night had fallen. If it weren't for the fact that other players still needed to return to the dormitory, she really wanted to lock the main door of the dormitory building directly. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't do it. She couldn't be ruthless, but she wouldn't be weak and let others bully her. She ran up the stairs at the speed of a 100-meter dash again. When passing the corridor, she heard pounding on the door and fearful cries for help coming from 203. The voice sounded like Tang Xiaohong's. After arriving at 302, she tightly closed the doors and windows. Thunder and lightning returned, and it started to drizzle again. Accompanying the light rain was the bell signaling the end of the exam. Ring-a-ding-ding. The piercing sound echoed throughout the campus. There was no Shirji to cook dinner for her, so she picked up some bread and took a few bites. She wondered if her classmates had all returned safely. Chapter 12. Involution School 12. While Lan Xian was full and satisfied, lying on her bed waiting for the lights to go out, she heard commotion in the hallway. Her dear classmates had finally returned from the exam hall. Teaching building number 5 was only 500 or 600 meters away from the dormitory building. Yet it had taken them several hours to walk back. Lan Xian pressed her ear against the door, trying hard to make out the noise outside. That player named Lan Xian is definitely not simple. Didn't you see? She went straight back to the dorm after handing in her exam paper. I'll kill her sooner or later. It was a male voice. It seemed the surviving players had all chosen to stay in the girls' dormitory. Was it to make it easier for them to act? After all, when it came to strength, girls were easier to grab as scapegoats. Chen Qingqing said impatiently, instead of focusing on her, we should be thinking about which one of us is backstabbing the others. Don't think I don't know that it was one of you who locked Tang Xiaohong in the dormitory. Tang Mingmeng was also very annoyed. If that person could do something to Tang Xiaohong today, they could do the same to her tomorrow. Jing Yunda remained silent. Ma Wei glanced at Ge Hao but didn't speak either. Ge Hao said indifferently, stop acting like saints here. If you're all so kind, why didn't I see any of you save Tang Xiaohong from the dormitory and let her take the exam? It's just because you're all afraid of death. You. Tang Mingmeng's eyes turned red with anger. I think it was you who locked Tang Xiaohong in the dormitory, wasn't it? That dog. He used to act like a sycophant, sucking up to her, but now that she had no use, His attitude had done a complete 180-degree turn. Yeah, it was me, happy now, you bitch. Guhao was also furious. Try talking back to me again? You'll be next, believe it or not. Tang Mingming didn't dare to provoke him further, because she actually saw a hint of agreement in the eyes of the other players. As long as it wasn't them who died, who cared who died? Alright, we have to guard Tang Xiaohong tonight. Don't forget that the history exam results aren't announced until tomorrow. Nobody wants the bottom-ranked elimination to be deferred, right? Jin Yunda said with a grave expression. That was true, and Guhao didn't continue to shout. Tang Mingming, and I will go accompany Tang Xiaohong. Everyone should try to stay together for the next few days, Ma Wei suggested. As long as she wasn't staying with Guhao. She didn't care who she was with. Tang Mingming had no objections. The two of them snuck off to room 203 next door. Lan Xian seems to be on the floor above us. Chen Qingqing pointed upward, her implication heavy. It's best not to provoke her. A trace of fear flashed in Jin Yunda's eyes. There is a high-level player by her side. A high-level player? Brother Jin, is that person even more powerful than you? Chen Qingqing looked surprised. Jin Yunda didn't want to discuss it further. He's an expert on the leaderboard. Don't provoke him, or you won't even know how you died. Chen Qingqing curled her lips and didn't speak again. Guhao looked out the window. The monsters outside included the figure of Zhou Qianli, but due to the two-day college entrance exam protection mechanism, they couldn't enter the dormitory building. At night, the hallway would still emit strange knocking sounds, but as long as one didn't open the door, it was safe. Lan Xian slept quite well that night. Her three roommates were very obedient. They were studying and didn't come to bother her. On the fifth day, there was some faint light, but even though it was dawn, the sky looked even gloomier than before. It was the last day of the college entrance exam, and Lan Xian tentatively judged that darkness would fall faster. The monsters outside the dormitory dissipated the moment it turned light. Returning to the library to study, Lan Xian washed up briefly, ate a pack of instant noodles, and drank some water. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the dormitory door. Lan Xin didn't speak. The person outside knocked again and asked, Lan Xian, have you eaten breakfast? I brought a portion over for you. When someone offers courtesy for no reason, they are either treacherous or evil. Lan Xian continued not to speak. Chen Qingqing became anxious. I have no ill intentions. I just want to make friends with you. Lan Xian was even less interested in making friends. Sorry, I've already eaten. Anything else? Is that so? Do you drink milk? I have a bottle here. Chen Qingqing continued to socialize. Lan Xian frowned, gripped her fruit knife, and looked at the door vigilantly. I'm allergic to milk. Give it to someone else. Outside the door, Chen Qingqing's face darkened, but she gently said, all right then. The sound outside the door ceased. Lan Xian remained vigilant and still didn't dare to open the door. Those few had already formed a group, but she was all alone. She lay by the window and saw with her own eyes those 6 people leave their dormitory. Only then did her hanging heart relax. She checked the time. There were 10 minutes left until the exam. So Lan Xian finally left her dormitory. When passing by 203, she heard Tang Mingming pounding on the door. Lan Xian, is that you? Please save me, save me. I don't want to die. It seemed their team had chosen to sacrifice Tang Mingming this time. Lan Xin Zi Mai Si Len. Tang Mingming still wouldn't give up. If you save my life, I'll be in your group for the next few days, and we can team up to kill them. This sister was truly beyond saving. This game was meant for you to survive until the end, not for you to kill people. There was no communicating with her. Don't beg me, it's useless. I have no key, no strength, and no tools. How am I supposed to pry this door open and save you? Tang Mingming knew this too, but she just wouldn't give up on the straw of hope. The exam is about to start. You're only on the 2nd floor, so even with a limp, you should be able to make it within 15 minutes. Lan Xian left this remark and walked away. As for whether she lived or died, it would depend on her own luck. She continued running to teaching building number 5. While passing by the cafeteria, she saw Shiji at the entrance, holding a spatula in one hand and a ladle in the other. Only after seeing her did he turn back into the kitchen to continue working. Lan Xin was Satun. She felt moved. He was worried about her. When the broadcast announced that Tang Xiaohong was in last place, her expression was numb. It was evident she had been hogtied and dragged into the classroom. Suddenly, she laughed maniacally, glaring viciously in the direction where Ma Wei was sitting, and said, "You will all die." Afterward, she rushed out of the classroom and jumped off the building. The third floor wasn't very high. After jumping, she still showed signs of life for a long time, but her malicious eyes were fixed firmly on Ma Wei. It was a while before she stopped moving. Lan Xian kept this person in mind. Ma Wei looked like a gentle young man, but she hadn't expected him to be so vicious at heart. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. About 15 minutes before the exam started, another person appeared at the classroom door. Tang Mengmeng's appearance greatly surprised Ma Wei and Gu Hao. She limped, looked coldly at those few people, and returned to her seat to prepare for the exam. The person sitting at the podium today, proctoring and handing out papers, was the Class A head teacher, who kept a cold face throughout. Not a single person had been willing to stay and estimate their scores last night. He had taught this group of students for nothing. The first subject today was geography. Lan Xian spent 20 minutes finishing the geography exam paper. Just as she was about to hand it in, the Class A head teacher said, "Today we are calculating total scores. Students who finish their papers will proceed directly to the next exam, biology." After saying that, he gave Lan Xian the biology exam paper. The players were pleasantly surprised. Did that mean only one person would die today? Lan Xian lowered her head and finished writing again. The Class A head teacher then handed her the physics and chemistry exam papers. The other players turned pale. 4 subjects in one morning. Chapter 13. Involution School 13. The Class A head teacher explained, "It's getting dark earlier lately. For everyone's safety, students who have finished their exams should return home immediately. Go home." They had to actually be able to get back home first. Chen Qingqing immediately raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, can we continue to stay in the school dormitory?" The Class A head teacher replied with a cold face, "I will not answer any questions during the exam." Lan Xian felt very fortunate that she had found the dean of students to get a permit to stay on campus. Although she could only stay in the dormitory for 4 days, those 4 days would at least be safe. After finishing the 4 exam papers, Lan Xian prepared to hand them in and leave. She was stopped by the Class A head teacher again. "Teacher, I'm not estimating my score," Lan Xian replied. "Heh, the school rules state that you can only leave the classroom once today's exams are over. You have to wait until the last person comes out." Then how was she supposed to return to the dormitory? Lan Xian was reluctant. "Can the school broadcast an announcement after the exam is over instead?" The Class A head teacher looked at her as if she were an idiot. "Once the exam is over, the students will have all gone home. What use would a school broadcast be?" Lan Xian continued to struggle. "What about calling our parents?" Seeing the Class A head teacher staring at her with a dead, lifeless expression, Lan Xian gave a dry laugh. "I was just joking." It was clearly only noon, but the sky outside was already half dark. The overcast sky was no longer thundering or flashing lightning, but it had started to drizzle. Because she was sitting by the window and there was still some light outside, Lan Xian could clearly see. Her pupils constricted violently. It was raining blood outside. The teachers standing outside didn't go inside to take shelter from the rain. Instead, they looked like they were enjoying being soaked. And some even stuck out their tongues to taste the rain. Lan Xian felt the hairs on her body stand on end as she watched. She mapped out her escape route in her mind. To get downstairs from teaching building number 5, she would have to pass the teachers' offices on the 1st and 2nd floors, where a group of teachers was guarding the doors. Then, she would have to pass the cafeteria, which was full of people like Wang Dazhuang. Past the cafeteria was the library, and only then was the dormitory building. Fortunately, before leaving today, she had packed 3 days' worth of water and food in her backpack. She just didn't know if she would be able to successfully make it back to the dormitory tonight. Time ticked away on the wall clock in front of the blackboard, and the sky outside turned pitch black. The Class A head teacher seemed to have just realized it was raining outside. Due to the change in weather, today's exam will end 10 minutes early. Let's see who was eliminated today. The players' exam papers were collected. Everyone looked pale, and except for Lon Xian, they were all waiting for the final verdict. Gu Hao stared fiercely at Tang Mingming, wishing he could kill her. If this woman hadn't escaped today, she would be the one dead, and he wouldn't be in such a state of terror. Who could it be? I'm so looking forward to it. The Class A head teacher was becoming increasingly abnormal, burying his head and laughing maniacally. Lan Xin Shiver. Watching the time. There were 8 minutes left until the exam ended. The broadcast sounded, skipping a string of grades and names. This time it announced the name of the student who placed last directly. Ye ho. The other players breathed a sigh of relief, but Lon Xian only cared about the time. There were 4 minutes left until the exam ended. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The Class A head teacher blocked the door and said indifferently, "The college entrance exam is a very important life exam. Student Gu Hao, you'd better be reincarnated and take it again." Gu Hao picked up all his defensive items to protect himself. The one who should die is Tang Mingming. She shouldn't have been here to take the exam today. Teacher, you should be killing her. I have a lot of money, a lot of game currency. I'll give it all to you. Please let me go, okay? The Class A head teacher looked at him as if he were a dead man. There were 2 minutes left until the exam ended. Lon Xian calculated that if she ran fast enough, she could make it out of this teaching building, and maybe even reach the cafeteria. Gu Hao was still struggling, but the other players were already impatient. Teacher, can we go now? The Class A head teacher looked regretful. After the college entrance exam, aren't you going to have a meal and a drink with your teacher? It's truly heartbreaking. Gu Hao, however, stopped screaming. He sat in his chair, head hanging low, silent. Tang Mingming felt it was strange. This person had always been hot-tempered. She leaned in to take a look. She screamed. Gu Hao's head was spinning around on his neck, a full 360 degrees, his entirely white eyeballs staring at her. 1 minute left. Lon Xian grabbed her backpack, tensed up, and prepared to slip away. Fine. Students who don't want to have a meal with the teacher can go back on their own. Dash. Lon Xian was the first to rush out of the classroom. She didn't dare to look left or right, her feet moving as if they were greased. Run, run, run. She reached the first floor. Rushing out of the teaching building's main entrance, she saw that the group of invigilators had all taken off their glasses, their entirely white eyeballs moving toward her. These monsters weren't fast. She could do it. She could feel the players behind her sprinting at full speed as well. That guy named Jin Yunda didn't know what item he used, but he was pulling Chun Qingqing with one hand and Ma Wei with the other, running like the wind. In just a few seconds, they had already reached the library, but she had only just reached the cafeteria entrance. Ring-a-ding-ding. A demonic bell rang. Lon Xian heard a loud sound of footsteps approaching her from all directions. Was she not going to be able to escape? Her face was pale, but giving up was impossible. The blood rain soaked her into a bloody mess. She didn't have time to wipe her face, and her eyes were blurred by the blood. But there was only one thought in her mind. Survive. Survive and get out of the game. The tightly closed doors of the cafeteria were pushed open by the monsters. This blood rain, the end of the final exam, had completely broken the seal on the monsters. They roared happily and, seeing Lon Xian, all walked toward her. Walking is not as fast as running. The monsters' current speed wasn't fast, but they had the advantage of numbers. Lon Xian held anti-wolf spray in her left hand, and her homemade Lucian chili water in her right. Unfortunately, the spray bottle didn't have enough pressure, and its range wasn't far. But after her last encounter with the monsters, she at least had a baseline understanding. The monsters' weakness was their eyes. At the cafeteria entrance, she wasn't caught by the monsters. But by the time she reached the library entrance, she was surrounded. Some of the monsters in front of her were even familiar faces. And they were indeed familiar faces. Her 3 roommates were staring at her menacingly and were pouncing toward her. She treated the 3 of them to a round of anti-wolf spray, then stuck out her foot to trip the monsters at the front. Just like that, the monsters started trampling over each other. The monsters in front were piled up by the monsters behind them, creating a barrier that blocked the monsters in the back from continuing forward. Lon Xian gasped for air and continued to dash forward. Past the library. Further ahead was... Wait. Why were there monsters in the convenience store too? She almost ran into them. That was close, that was so close. She changed direction and kept running. Lon Xian didn't dare to look back or count exactly how many monsters were behind her. Finally, she saw the dormitory building. The dawn was right before her eyes. Jin Yunda, Chun Qingqing and Ma Wei, who had arrived before her, hadn't entered the building yet. They were shaking the iron gate anxiously. Seeing Lon Xian and the group of monsters chasing after her, their faces turned pale. You don't come over here. The dormitory building door won't open. They shouted, wanting Lon Xian to quickly lead the monsters away. Chapter 14 Involution School 14. Lon Xian sneered, pulled her stay-at-school permit from her pocket, and gripped it tightly, ready to dash into the dormitory building at any moment. Jin Yunda's pupils dilated. Hurry, she's lured the monsters over. He thought to himself. Could that woman be trying to drag a few more people down with her to die? Chun Qingqing screamed. You dead woman. How can you be so selfish? Didn't you see the dormitory building door? The words "is locked" were not shouted out. She watched in surprise as Lon Xian rushed into the dormitory building. Even though there was a large, locked iron gate, Lon Xian just charged right through it. Finally, having shaken off those monsters, Lon Xian collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. She was exhausted, so she pulled a bottle of water from her bag and began to drink as if no one else was around. How did you get in? Jin Yunda asked Lon Xian from behind the iron gate, while recklessly throwing game props to deal with the monsters in front of him. Lon Xian rested for a moment, then stood up from the ground. You guys really are adults, don't you even know this? Stop playing games. Chun Qingqing's face was covered in blood and various organic matter, with the two men shielding her in the middle. Tell you? What's in it for me? These three looked like they were in a group, and their relationship seemed quite good. What if they teamed up against her after getting into the dormitory? She hadn't forgotten Ma Wei's ruthlessness. Chun Qingqing was furious. They were at a life-or-death moment, and she was still demanding benefits. Jin Yunda gritted his teeth. I'll give you a permanent game prop. Looks like a big spender. Lon Xian shook her index finger with great satisfaction, as calm as if she were bargaining in a vegetable market. But there are three of you. Chun Qingqing and Ma Wei also said bitterly. We'll each give you one. Is that okay? We're running out of time. There are more and more monsters. As the blood rain fell harder, the monsters were like fully charged motors, with even more power. Some of them were even increasing in speed. The monsters couldn't be killed. There were too many of them, and their numbers were few. With limited energy, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for them. Don't hesitate. Jin Yunda shouted. I'll give you an extra permanent game prop. How about that? Lon Xian considered it and felt it was acceptable. You have to promise not to act against me in this game. Fine. Jin Yunda was already at the end of his rope. Lon Xian looked at the other two. Chun Qingqing and Ma Wei also said, Big sister, please let us in. We both agree. We really can't hold on any longer. The stay-at-school permit in Lon Xin's pocket hadn't disappeared, meaning it could be reused, just like an access card. Students know that applications require reports and proof. Here, the stay-at-school permit. Come in one by one. She passed them the stay-at-school permit through the iron gate. Chun Qingqing took it first, and after picking up the paper, it was subtle, but the iron gate was like it didn't exist, and she went in. Then with a look of delight, she handed it to Ma Wei, followed by Jin Yunda. Jin Yunda was the last to enter, and was almost dragged away by a monster, but fortunately he used a game prop to swap places, narrowly escaping death. This type of monster had fingernails exuding black mist. Who knew what would happen if one got scratched? The three of them slumped on the ground, watching the monsters pounding on the iron gate outside the dormitory door, but unable to enter. And only then did they have the peace of mind to truly relax. Mind if I borrow some water? Chun Qingqing asked Lon Xian for water. Thinking about how she would be getting things from them later, Lan Xian tossed each of the three a bottle of water. Thanks. Jin Yunda took the water, returned the stay-at-school permit to Lan Xian, and drank deeply. After catching his breath, Jin Yunda didn't break his promise. He tiredly took several game props out of his equipment bag and placed them on the ground. I don't know what props you're still missing. Pick 2. Lan Xin Gelang Set Dao. There were 5 game props on the ground. One was a hip flask, one a red hat, one a raincoat, one a teardrop-shaped sapphire pendant, and a pair of white gloves. She reached out to touch them. Prop. Drunkard's hip flask permanent game prop. Usage rules. The drunkard loves this hip flask most of all. Possessing this hip flask allows you to pour the world's finest wine. No one can resist the temptation of fine wine. Wouldn't it be delightful to have a cup on a cold winter's day? Prop. Little Red Riding Hood's red hat permanent game prop. Usage rules. Defensive prop. Love from grandma. Wear this red hat, and werewolves will not actively attack you. Fun fact. Why is it a red hat? It is said to be dyed red by the blood of a werewolf. Prop. Rainy Night Raincoat permanent game prop. Usage rules. The favorite of the serial killer from the night of murder, wearing this raincoat can lower your presence in a crowd. It's the best gift for a dark and stormy night when you want to kill and loot. Prop. Beautiful teardrop saphir pendant permanent game prop. Usage rules. Beautiful ladies of course like beautiful jewelry. This gorgeous piece of jewelry can increase your beauty and charm. No man can resist a lady wearing beautiful accessories. P.S. Only useful on NPCs, not very useful on players. Prop. Snow White White Gloves permanent game prop. Usage rules. White gloves, black gloves, as long as they fit, they are good gloves. Put on these snow white gloves, and you can even touch water and fire. P.S. The gloves will automatically adjust their size according to the player's hand shape. This Jin Yunda was indeed trustworthy, but none of the props he brought out were offensive equipment. Chen Qingqing gritted her teeth. Brother Jin's props are all good stuff, don't be unappreciative. Her eyes, however, kept glancing at that teardrop sapphire pendant. It looked like she really liked it. Lan Xian smiled and took the drunkard's hip flask. Chen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Chen, do you really like this teardrop sapphire necklace? Lan Xian asked curiously. Isn't that obvious? What girl doesn't like jewelry? She didn't even know Brother Jin had such a beautiful necklace. Lan Xian thought for a moment. How about you show me your game props? If there's a second one I like, I'll trade his teardrop sapphire necklace with you. Really? Chen Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she took out the game props she had on her. She didn't have many props, and she blushed as she took out 3. A pebble, a pistol, and a box of matches. Ma Wei coughed lightly and gave her a look. Chen Qingqing immediately took the pistol back. I can't give you this. Offensive game props are hard to come by, and this is the only one I have. Her voice trailed off. Lan Xin not dead? Very understanding. If she were Chen Qingqing, she wouldn't give this pistol to anyone else either. Prop. A pebble permanent game prop. Usage rules a pebble. A pebble that looks a bit like a pebble. It is the hardest pebble. Prop. Jumping match permanent game prop. Usage rules. A small box of matches. Rub them to grow a flame. As long as the flame doesn't go out, it can ward off all extreme cold. Let the flame warm the world. P.S. If the little matches are used up, don't worry, new ones will grow back. Children need to be careful. Don't play with fire. These 2 props looked very weak. Chapter 15. Involution School 15. Seeing Chen Qingqing's face turning increasingly flushed, Lan Xian took out 1 jumping match. Seeing that she only took 1, Chen Qingqing was very disappointed. However, it was impossible for Jin Yunda to give her that teardrop-shaped gemstone necklace. They were merely ordinary teammates. Lan Xian thought for a moment. Then took the beautiful teardrop sapphire pendant from Jin Yunda's hand. And then, under Chen Qingqing's longing gaze, she gave it to her. Give it to me? Lan Xian nodded and took her pebble. I only hope you keep your word and do nothing detrimental to me in this round of the game. Of course, I'm not looking to team up with you either. This is just an olive branch I'm extending. although using a useless pebble as an olive branch was indeed quite strange. Chen Qingqing nodded blankly, clutching the teardrop-shaped blue gemstone necklace in her hands, unable to put it down. Ma Wei thought for a moment and also took out 2 items. A bottle of perfume and a book. Item. Charming perfume, permanent game equipment. Rules of use. Spraying this perfume will induce hallucinations, revealing both what you desire most and fear most in your heart. P.S. Use the perfume with caution. Spraying too much will lead to death. Also, remember to buy new perfume after finishing it. Different perfume styles have different effects. Item. Book in the Sea of Books, permanent game equipment. Rules of use. An encyclopedia from the world of books. Possessing this book is equivalent to possessing an ocean of profound knowledge. Mom won't have to worry about my studies anymore. P.S. Don't write on the blank pages in the book casually, because whatever you write will remain blank. Isn't that infuriating? Help. Why are the item descriptions in this ghost game all so sarcastic? Without a doubt, Ma Wei had used this bottle of perfume to trap Tang Xiaohong and Tang Mingming in hallucinations. Perhaps seeing Lan Xian showing goodwill toward Chen Qingqing, Ma Wei offered proactively. If you lack offensive items, I suggest you take this charming perfume. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. Lan Xian certainly knew she lacked offensive items, but what could this perfume do? Could it kill monsters? Obviously not. This hallucinogenic effect was clearly more targeted at players. Thank you. Lan Xian first thanked Ma Wei, then picked up the book in the Sea of Books. Seeing Ma Wei's look of surprise, she explained, "It's like this, I'm still a student and reading more is good." Chen Qingqing couldn't hold back. Did you study yourself stupid in this ghost school? You students are just too involuted. Lan Xian replied coolly. Likewise, aren't you working adults just as involuted? I often see various benefits from big tech companies online. 996-007. Is that the same thing? If you generation after generation didn't graduate, leave campus, and immediately start competing with us veterans the moment you enter society, would you drive companies to do the same? I think you are the true kings of involution. Chen Qingqing rolled her eyes. Thinking of those fresh graduates entering big companies, it was one thing to have salary inversions, but they were also involuting to death. It wasn't enough to just involute. They had to label themselves as the new generation of youth. There were even more ridiculous things, like saying the post-XX generation is rectifying the workplace. It was infuriating. Lan Xian retorted. Who says? I've heard that you working adults in the workplace boast about being unmarried and childless, dedicating your entire lives to the company. If we're talking about involution, you working adults are even more involuted. We involute for grades, where 1 point of effort equals 1 point of reward. Unlike you, as long as you involute like crazy, you can get promoted, while leaders don't look at performance or ability at all. Chen Qingqing became anxious. You just finished the National College entrance exam, right? About to enter university? Little sister, you're still young. Take a piece of advice from your big sister. Never enter the internet industry. Just remember that. And you'll be fine. Lan Xian couldn't be bothered to deal with her. If I can graduate alive and get into a company, I'll definitely listen to you. True, having entered this ghost game, who knows how long one can live. Chen Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Little sister, want to team up with us? No need, thanks. Lan Xian looked at the blood rain outside. It was falling even harder. The school retention permit is only for 4 days, and this safe house, the dormitory, can only be used for 4 days at most. We all need to try hard to survive. Ma Wei watched her retreating back, his eyes narrowing. He then looked at Chen Qingqing. He seemed to have some affection for that girl, which dispelled the thought that had flashed through his mind. Returning to dormitory 302, Lan Xian locked the door tightly and drew the curtains. The dormitory had a bathroom, but no way to shower. However, in this weather, she didn't dare use the shower water either. Fortunately, before going out this morning, she had filled the bucket with water, so at least there would be no problem with water for the toilet over these 4 days. Having made plans to hunker down in the dormitory for 4 days, today was the 5th day of the game. Counting it up, on the 9th day of the game, She would have to leave the dormitory to find the next location. Taking out her notebook, she drew the outline of the entire school on it. The 9th day would mark the beginning of the true devil mode, meaning she would face this group of monsters directly. Chun Qingqing and the other 3 were on the 2nd floor, in 203 or 202, or they might have changed dorms. There was currently no conflict of interest between them. Gu Hao and Zhou Qianli had previously stockpiled a lot of food, which meant the 3 of them were not short on food. As for Tang Mengmeng, she must have listened to her suggestion to go take the exam today, breaking the window. But her foot was limping. Who knows if she managed to escape successfully after the exam. She tapped her forehead lightly. She could barely take care of herself, so why worry about others? Taking out the 4 permanent game items she had obtained by scavenging, jumping match, drunkard's hip flask, pebble, and book in the sea of books, she began to study them. Come to think of it, she was a newbie. This was her first time entering the game, and she hadn't expected to have such a bountiful harvest. Since there was permanent game equipment, there must surely be disposable game equipment. Looking at it this way, permanent game equipment was still quite hard to obtain. However, she was certain that Ma Wei and the others hadn't shown her their full inventory, but only brought out items they could afford to give away. Looking at it this way, although this game had a high degree of danger, if one had sufficient game equipment, one could pass through it safely. Glancing at the drunkard's humping match, a sudden inspiration struck her, and she looked out the window. She wondered if these monsters were afraid of fire? It was raining blood tonight, and she didn't know if the fire from the jumping match would be extinguished. She took clothes and a clothes hanger from the wardrobe and made a makeshift torch. She poured the strongest liquor from the drunkard's hip flask onto it and lit it with the fire from the match. Pulling back the curtains, she could see monsters wandering near the windows, roaring. Fortunately, she was on the 3rd floor. Extending the makeshift torch out the window, she began to observe the changes in the fire and the changes in the monsters. Perhaps because of the blood rain, the flame was very unstable in the downpour, but it did not extinguish immediately. But because she had opened the window, some monsters began to crawl up toward her side like a stack of arhats. Yet, when they approached the torch, they involuntarily retreated. Picking up her notebook, she began to record. 1. Day 5 of the game. The blood rain stimulated the monsters, and their speed increased significantly. 2. The monsters fear fire. 3. Under the stimulation of the blood rain, the flame duration is only 2030 minutes. Chapter 16 Involution School 16. Close the window, pull the curtains tight. Lie on the bed and prepare to sleep. It felt like she had forgotten something. What could it be? Dormitory 2nd floor 203. The window that had been tightly locked, now with its glass shattered by someone, had monsters stirring, desperately piling up like an arhat to climb inside. Meanwhile, the 3 people in the room next door, 202, were completely unaware. Day 6 of the game, early morning. Chun Qingqing was a bit hungry, and most of their supplies were kept in 203. I'll go next door to get something to eat. The dormitory doesn't have water or electricity, so we'll just have to gnaw on some bread. Ma Wei instinctively wanted to accompany her. Chun Qingqing laughed and said, "It's just a few steps. Why are you being so delicate?" Although she said that, when she saw Chun Qingqing get up, Ma Wei still quietly followed. Jin Yunda saw that the 2 were not in the dormitory and shook his head with a smile. This Ma Wei was cold and ruthless. Even he was a bit afraid of him, but he didn't expect him to be such a romantic. Ah! A scream echoed through the corridor. Lan Xian heard it all the way in 302, and her half-closed eyes instantly snapped open. That's it. The window of dormitory 203 was broken by Tang Mengmeng when she escaped. If the monsters outside could climb in when she opened the window, then they could climb in through the 203 window right now too. The dormitory building was not 100% safe. She moved a bed and a cabinet, wedging them firmly against the 302 door. After finishing this, she was panting for breath. She didn't know how Shiji was doing. The exam was over, so why hadn't he come to find her yet? At this moment, Shiji was trapped in the cafeteria. Fortunately, the door to the cafeteria kitchen was quite sturdy, and there was plenty of food and water. He was just clutching that staying at school permit in his hand, still thinking about how to break out and find Lon Xian. The bloody rain increased the monster's strength, so he had to wait for the rain to stop before making plans. On the second floor of the dormitory, monsters had already successively climbed into the dormitory from the 203 window, but they moved slowly, after piling up like an arhood all night. Only a few had actually managed to enter through the broken 203 window. Hearing the scream, Jin Yunda rushed to the next room immediately and rescued Ma Wei and Chen Qingqing, but he didn't manage to bring out much food. To prevent the monsters from escaping, he locked the 203 dormitory door and firmly secured it with wooden boards. He also dealt with a few monsters that had run into the corridor. In dormitory 202, Chen Qingqing was hugging Ma Wei, sobbing uncontrollably. "Ma Wei, wake up, don't sleep." With one hand, she pressed a towel tightly against Ma Wei's neck. He had been wounded in the carotid artery by a monster, and the white towel was dyed red with blood. Feeling the blood and life force in his body slowly ebbing away, Ma Wei gave a bitter smile. He had always been selfish and self-interested, doing all sorts of evil to survive. Yet, upon seeing Chen Qingqing in danger, he had immediately helped her block the monster's attack. Was he afraid of death? He was afraid. Did he regret it? Looking at Chen Qingqing, whose eyes were swollen from crying, he reached out his hand, wanting to touch her one last time. Was it still not to be? But he didn't regret it. Chen Qingqing, he has no life left. Jin Yunda looked unbearable, but his eyes were fixed on Ma Wei's body. He couldn't be sure if being wounded by a monster would lead to infection, turning him into one of them. Chen Qingqing was on the verge of a breakdown. She shook Ma Wei. "It's my fault, it's my fault. Ma Wei told me many times to be cautious and careful in the game. It's all my fault that he died." Ma Wei's body quickly became extremely stiff, but his eyelids were twitching slightly. Jin Yunda had been watching him the whole time and calmly advised her, "Chen Qingqing, we can't stay on the second floor. Let's go to the third floor." He couldn't be sure if the door to dormitory 203 could hold back these monsters for 4 days, and with Ma Wei as a potential threat, he couldn't relax. He grabbed Chen Qingqing's hand and pulled her away from Ma Wei's body. He quickly gathered the remaining food and water in dormitory 202 and packed them into his backpack. "You must live well, live on for Ma Wei." When they exited the door of dormitory 202, Ma Wei's eyelids suddenly snapped open, and his eyes, like the monsters outside, had turned completely white. He began to rise stiffly from the floor, twisting his body strangely, and slowly walked toward the door. Chen Qingqing covered her mouth, and tears fell once more. Jin Yunda took one last look at him. Clang. He closed the door of dormitory 202 and locked it tightly. The corridor wasn't 100% safe either. After all, no one knew if the windows in other dormitories were closed tightly. Jin Yunda and Chen Qingqing went up to the third floor, and first knocked on the door of 302. Lon Xian had been leaning against the door for a long time, but she didn't want to open it. Jin Yunda was a smart man, so he took Chen Qingqing directly to 322, opposite 302. Fortunately, the windows in dormitory 322 were closed properly. After patrolling and finding it safe, the two of them sat down to rest. On the night of the 6th day, Lon Xian clearly heard footsteps in the corridor. It couldn't be the two people opposite, so it must be the monsters. Day 7 of the game, Lon Xian got up early to continue observing outside the window. Seemingly certain that the living people on campus were all in the dormitory building. The entire dormitory building was surrounded by monsters. Because of the rule about staying at school for 4 days, they couldn't get in for the time being. The monsters that had entered were making more noise on the second floor. She guessed blindly that it must be Jin Yunda and the others who had locked up dormitory 203, and the monsters inside wanted to get out and were pounding on the door. Meanwhile, monsters that had accidentally entered the corridor or come in from other dormitories heard the pounding and, thinking it was living people, tried to get in. She picked up her notebook and continued writing. 1. Monsters mainly rely on hearing to determine the player's location. 2. Day 7 of the game, the bloody rain still hadn't stopped. It seemed to be falling even harder. At night, Lon Xian heard the footsteps in the 2N floor corridor getting louder. Day 8 of the game, Lon Xian got up, ate her fill, and didn't even dare to flush the toilet. Because she felt that the monsters in the corridor were increasing. Currently food was sufficient, but she had to leave the dormitory building tomorrow. She had to go to the tallest building, Building 5, and check the 6th floor rooftop. How should she escape the dormitory building? Go out the window. It was pitch black with monsters outside. She believed that before she even jumped out of the window, she would be surrounded by monsters. She seemed to remember that the dormitory building had 2 doors. Usually, she used the main entrance, but the dormitory building had a back door. It was right next to Auntie's dormitory on the 1st floor. But how was she supposed to get to the 1st floor? The number of monsters on the 2nd floor was not small, and she didn't know how many monsters were on the 1st floor now. She really wanted to bang her head against the wall. But tomorrow would definitely be a difficult battle. After eating and drinking her fill tonight, she lay on the bed and went to sleep. Only by resting well could she fight better. Day 9 morning, Lon Xian slowly got up from the bed. The bloody rain outside had finally stopped. But it didn't look like the rain had cleared. Instead, the entire sky had turned red. Daylight was becoming scarcer, and the sky was getting darker and darker. She first listened to the sounds outside the door. The 3rd floor was very quiet. But how was she supposed to move the bed and cabinet in front of the door? Moving them would make noise, right? Lon Xian. Miscalculation. Just as she was worrying, there was a sound from across the hall. Lon Xin's eyes lit up. How could she have forgotten the few people across the hall these past few days? She could clearly hear footsteps coming to the 3rd floor one after another. The speed wasn't fast, but the footsteps were heavy, and she could tell there were a large number of them. Chapter 17 Involution School 17. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lon Xian used all her might to push the bed and desk in front of the door to the side, leaving enough space for her to open the door and slip out. Since the people opposite were also planning to leave, they would inevitably have to deal with the monsters when they opened their door, which was the perfect opportunity for her to fish in troubled waters. After all, she was just a poor little thing without any offensive equipment. Sounds came from both sides, and the monsters naturally began to pound on the doors on both sides. Fortunately, the doors were sturdy, and they wouldn't break from just a few hits. Chun Qingqing and Jin Yenda made their move. It was unclear what they did, but the monsters outside stopped moving instantly. Taking advantage of this gap, they rushed downstairs quickly. Lon Xian carefully opened a crack in the door, keeping her eyes on them the whole time. The monsters weren't moving, and she began to hesitate, wondering if she should also take the chance to run out. Before she could make a decision, the monsters regained their activity. There was even a monster with wide, white eyes staring directly at her. As it happened, she recognized this monster. Wasn't this Guhao's girlfriend, Zhou Qianli? Her head was flattened, and there was a bloody hole in it that looked quite terrifying. Dripping blood all along the way. It almost dripped onto Lon Xin's shoes, and she couldn't help but step back. Just that one step startled Zhou Qianli, and she let out a loud roar, and began to push the door. Had she been discovered? Cold sweat broke out on Lon Xin's forehead. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the 2nd floor, and the monsters on the 3rd floor, as if activated, instantly ran toward the 2nd floor. It was Chun Qingqing's prop pistol. Seeing that the 3rd floor corridor was empty, Lon Xian no longer hesitated. She opened the door and ran toward the staircase on the right. She had just noticed that Chun Qingqing and the others had gone down the left staircase, but they didn't know that this school dormitory had 2 staircases. There was also a small staircase on the far right, located at the end of the corridor on the right-hand side. Run. She didn't dare to move too much, half walking and half running. She crept downstairs quietly. Chun Qingqing and the others had attracted the main force of the monsters, which gave her the opportunity to escape. The 2nd floor was packed with monsters, but fortunately, there weren't many on this small staircase, and Lon Xian walked smoothly all the way to the 1st floor. In front of her was Auntie's dormitory. Lon Xian didn't dare to lower her guard and continued to move forward. Ring-gating. The school's broadcast system suddenly rang, startling her. Didn't the school cut off water and electricity after the National College entrance exam ended? How could the bell be ringing? The broadcast played the congratulations from the Class A head teacher. Congratulations to student Lan Xian, student Chen Qingqing, student Jin Yunda, and student Tang Mingming from Class A for successfully getting into a key university. On this wonderful day, the entire faculty and student body congratulate them. Next, we invite the entire faculty and student body to ask the above 4 students to deliver their last words. Where are they? Lan Xian heard the voice on the broadcast becoming increasingly eerie. Where are they? Where are they? The monsters seemed to be stimulated again, letting out hisses and roars, becoming increasingly agitated. Thump! The sound of the large iron gate on the first floor of the dormitory being pulled open echoed. Run! Following Jin Yunda's roar, all the monsters in the school chased after him and Chen Qingqing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Xian prepared to leave through the back door as well. Where are you going? An eerie female voice came from behind her, sounding a bit familiar. Lan Xian gripped the warm scarf and slowly turned around. It was the girl from the first day of the game who had bumped into her pencil case, causing her to obtain the pen of learning. Why hadn't she been turned into a monster? The monsters didn't attack her either. Lan Xian remembered that this girl was named Wu Yu, the daughter of the auntie who had given her the warm scarf. Is this the scarf my mom knitted? Wu Yu tilted her head, her eyes showing a glimmer of light. The commotion here had already attracted some monsters. If she didn't escape now, it would be too late. Congratulations to player Lan Xian for triggering a hidden game clue. The truth of the involution school. Entering Auntie's dormitory might lead to other game clues. What the hell is a hidden clue? Could it be that by uncovering the truth of the involution school, the game could be ended early? Or would it allow players to perform better in the game and obtain more rewards? There was no time to think too much. Lan Xian politely said to Wu Yu, "Student Wu Yu, could you invite me to sit in Auntie's dormitory for a while?" "Of course you can." Seeming surprised that Lan Xian would make this request, Wu Yu was very happy and opened the door to her mother's dormitory. Lan Xian took the opportunity to go in, but hesitated before closing the door. "Student Wu Yu, aren't you coming in?" "I won't come in. I'll wait for you at the door," Wu Yu said softly. Lan Xian closed the door and looked outside through the window. Wu Yu was standing quietly outside, and those monsters passed through her body, unable to cause her any harm. It seemed her guess was correct. Stopping her gaze from the outside, she began to look around Auntie's dormitory. It was very simple inside. A bed, a black and white television, a rectangular table, and a chair. Everything was very dilapidated, likely things the school didn't want. There was a photo frame at the head of the bed. It was a picture of Auntie and Wu Yu, their cheeks pressed together, smiling very happily. What could the hidden clue be? There were very few things. Lan Xian rummaged through them and found a notebook under the bed. It was a diary. May 10th. Sunny. Xiao Yu came back to the dormitory crying again tonight. I heard from her classmates that she didn't do well on a test, and she's under too much pressure. As a mother, I cannot acknowledge her at school. It would cause her to be laughed at by her classmates. I feel so heartbroken for my daughter. May 22nd, cloudy. I ran into Xiao Ye's head teacher today. He said Xiao Yu is very good at history, but her subject imbalance is too severe. She might only be able to get into a second-tier university. He suggested Xiao Yu transfer classes. The study pressure in Class A is too high, and he's afraid she won't be able to keep up with the pace. May 28th, cloudy. I heard some of Xiao Ye's classmates whispering. They were all making fun of my child for not studying well, and for being in Class A, affecting the class university entrance rate. Xiao Yu hasn't been eating well lately. My sister in the cafeteria told me she often sees her going to the 4th floor of the cafeteria to stare blankly. June 1st, rainy. The child has been very off lately, often staring blankly at the grade ranking chart. I couldn't help but ask her if she wanted to transfer classes. Xiao Yu didn't refuse this time and agreed. But I always have a sense of unease in my heart, very uneasy. June 6th, heavy rain. On the eve of the National College entrance exam, my Xiao Yu will never come back. Her blood stained the lawn of the teaching building red. I dare not imagine how painful it was for my Xiao Yu to jump from the 6th floor. June 8th, rainstorm. None of you can escape.
Lan Xin was shocked.
The protagonist of this school is Wu Yu. So, Wu Yu died by jumping off a building, and her blood stained the school red. Is that why there is this rain of blood? Monsters, blood rain, studying. Paranormal. As the clues connected, it seemed she had grasped something in her mind. She made a wild guess. The involution school must be one of Wu Ye's dreams. Or perhaps a nightmare. A school that only cares about good grades forced all the students into monsters. Wu Ye's jump caused the blood rain, and the blood rain falling on the monsters made them even stronger. The clue was very clear. The location where Wu Yu jumped was that locked rooftop. Because that was the place where her life ended, it was locked, and no one in the school could go up there. Chapter 18. Involution School 18. Except for the glowing book. It was a master key. She now had two choices. First, lay low until the end of the 15-day survival game. Second, go to the rooftop of the 6th floor of teaching building number 5 to find out the truth. Given her personality, taking risks was out of the question. If she could lay low, she would absolutely not stick her neck out. But the current situation was that after the broadcast, the entire school was frantically looking for them. Going to the rooftop of the 6th floor seemed to have become a mandatory choice. How worrying. It was worrying to death. Lan Xian called out to the door. Classmate Wu Yu. May I ask if you are still there? Wu Yu did not speak. It seemed that after discovering Auntie's diary, Wu Yu had disappeared. Opening the door, there were no monsters at the entrance. It was as if this place was a hidden location, invisible to the monsters. If only she could stay here, and lay low until the last day. But that was impossible. How could there be an absolute safe zone in a survival game? But for now this place was still safe, so Lan Xian decided to stay here for 2 days first. On the night of the 9th day, it was very quiet here, and nothing happened. On the 10th day of the survival game, Lan Xian continued to lay low here. Not seeing any other players, nor did she see Wu Yu again. Just like that, 2 more days passed. On the 12th day of the survival game, just when Lan Xian almost thought she could lay low here until the very last day of the game, Auntie appeared. Why are you still here? Auntie stared at her eerily. The Auntie she saw at this moment was not quite the same as the one she had seen before. Her entire body was emitting black mist, clearly in a ghostly form. Lan Xian was a little scared, so she put the warm scarf around her neck and spoke to her. It's too dangerous outside. Can I stay here for a few more days? She decided to try to negotiate nicely first. Seeing that red scarf, the black mist all over Auntie's body instantly vanished, and she looked like she wanted to rush over and hug Lan Xian. Daughter, you are Xiao Yu, aren't you? Lan Xian didn't know whether to answer yes or no. Seeing that Auntie didn't continue to approach her, she remained silent for the moment. Xiao Yu. Mommy won't force you to study anymore. Will you come back with me? Auntie shed streams of bloody tears, staring at her blankly. With her tears, Auntie's temporary safe house began to change. The bed and furniture began to melt into water. The walls began to seep water, then gradually disappeared, and finally, the door also turned into a puddle of water. Help me take my daughter home. Auntie's final voice faded away, and Lan Xian snapped back to reality. She was already outside the small dormitory door. Why are you here? A man suddenly appeared beside her, with a young boy's face and a height similar to Lan Xin's. Seeing a woman appear out of thin air, wearing a red scarf around her neck, Bai Li found it very strange. Lan Xian was about to answer. Bai Li's expression changed drastically, and he nudged the glasses on his nose. Oh no, they're coming! As if the monsters had smelled the scent of prey. They swarmed in from all directions instantly. Bai Li grabbed Lan Xian and ran forward for dozens of meters, then squatted on the ground, lifted the sewer manhole cover, and shouted at her. Hurry up, there's no time. A foul stench came from the sewer, but she couldn't care about that now. Lan Xian nodded and quickly climbed down into the sewer. Soon Bai Li also climbed down, then tightly covered the sewer manhole cover. Although the monsters were angry, they pounced on nothing. With their brains lacking intelligence and consciousness, they could never have imagined that the two prey had just disappeared into thin air like that. My name is Bai Li, what about you? Are you a player? Bai Li lifted his face. Lan Xian really wanted to light the makeshift torch she had prepared, but she was afraid the sewer would explode. After thinking about it, she took out the rechargeable desk lamp from her backpack, which she had scavenged from the student dormitory. Turning on the light, Bailey gave her a cute smile with his boyish face. My name is Lan Xian. How many days have you been here? Bailey scratched his head. I've been here since the 7th day of the game. No wonder he smelled as if he had been marinated. Lan Xian was surprised. You haven't gone out at all? She pointed upwards. You haven't left the sewer? Although the sewer was a bit smelly, it was actually quite safe. I occasionally observe the situation above, and go out to get some fresh air. Bailey smiled embarrassedly. He didn't mention that this was his first time running out. Seeing Lan Xian appear suddenly in such an open area without any cover, someone who didn't know better might have thought she was a newbie deliberately delivering her head to the monsters. Lan Xian nodded, discovering that the sewers here were connected. If there were no monsters below, she should be able to walk to teaching building number 5 from here. Picking up the rechargeable desk lamp, she asked Bailey, was the role you played before a teacher? How did you know? You're amazing. Bailey blinka. Lan Xian pointed to his glasses. I've noticed that all the teachers in this school wear glasses. Bailey also looked like he had just realized, so that's why. Lan Xian looked at him and asked, does this lead to teaching building number 5? Of course it does. But what are you going there for? Bailey tilted his head. Isn't it better to stay here until the game ends? I want to understand the terrain here first, just in case there's an accident and I need another escape route. Seeing that Lan Xian was very persistent, Bailey nodded and took her to get familiar with the underground map. Bailey was very familiar with the sewer terrain, where there was danger, where it was safest, where to eat, and where to use the toilet were all planned out properly. If you didn't know better, you'd think his home was right in the sewer. As they chatted and got familiar, Bailey also revealed his background. This is my 5th game. I don't know if I can lay low until the end. My mother is waiting for me to support her in her old age, so I can't afford anything to happen to me. Lan Xian comforted him. We will definitely be fine. How much do you know about this game? What games have you been to before?
Lansin asket kudiosili.
Bailey froze, looking at her in great surprise. Lanzin's heart skipped a beat. Did she say something wrong? You wouldn't happen to be a newbie, would you? Bailey's voice rose a little. Lan Xian did not speak. You really are a newbie. His tone rose again. My God, I actually met a newbie in the game. What do you mean by that? Are newbies not allowed in the game?
Lansin didn't understand.
Bailey explained. No, I mean the probability of meeting a living newbie with only a few days left in the game countdown is too low. Usually, newbies only last until the 4th day of the game at most. This survival game has a protection mechanism for the first 3 days. NPCs won't actively attack players. But starting from the 4th day, the game difficulty will continuously increase as the days go by, until the last day. This is my first time seeing a newbie who has survived to the 12th day of the game. Sorry, I'm just too excited. Bailey reined in his emotions. Lan Xian asked, how did you know I'm a newbie? She clearly pretended well. Even Chun Qingqing and the others didn't see any flaws. Chapter 19 Involution School 19. Bailey said proudly, because in the survival game, players are not allowed to communicate messages between each other. If other players publish survival game guides, and new players follow the guides, the danger level of this game would be reduced significantly. In short, any information related to other games will be mosaicked out by the game system. As long as you are an experienced player, you know this, unless you are a newbie. At this moment, Bailey's eyes lit up as he looked at Lan Xian. As if he had made up his mind to protect this precious newbie.
Lansin sudenli zilit.
She had been careless, but fortunately, Bailey didn't look like a bad person. Then how did you manage to survive until the last day of the game when you were a newbie? Bailey was very embarrassed. It wasn't anything special, I just stayed in the sewer. So he was a frequent visitor to the sewers. However, it was impressive that he could think of hiding in the sewer. Lan Xian said sincerely, anyone who can survive is a very capable person. It was the first time Bailey had been praised, and he became even more embarrassed. Thank you, Lan Xian. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the sewer at the entrance of teaching building number 5. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt uncomfortable all over upon arriving here, and even felt a slight chill. Lon Xian, do you feel a bit cold? Bai Li shrank his head, just as she was about to reply. Lon Xian suddenly felt her scalp tingle, because she heard that dripping water sound again, just like the one she heard when she went to the rooftop on the 6th floor before. The sound was getting closer and closer, and in the distance, a blurry figure seemed to be gradually approaching them. Blue, Lansin. Bai Li's voice trembled uncontrollably, and he leaned closer to Lon Xian. Lon Xian was also startled. That pair of red embroidered shoes was already right next to her feet, and she didn't dare to look up at all. The Bai Li beside her also suddenly went silent. She felt as if she had been controlled by something and was unable to move. Ah! An eerie and crazy laugh came from under the sewer, like the sound of a knife scratching glass, which was hair-raising. The desk lamp in her hand flickered on and off. Was she going to be finished this time? Could she not escape? Fortunately, the sound was like a typhoon passing through. Once it passed, there was no more noise. The embroidered shoes in front of her also disappeared. Lansin, are you okay? Bai Li's voice came from beside her ear again, allowing Lon Xian to let out a complete sigh of relief. I'm fine. Were you unable to move just now too? Lon Xian asked him. Bai Li let out a long breath. Yeah, it scared me to death. I don't know what kind of ghost thing that was. Maybe you can remove the word thing. Lon Xian raised an eyebrow. What kind of joke is that? Bai Li's face turned pale. It couldn't really be that, could it? No way, no way. If we really encountered that, wouldn't it be a dead end? What do you mean? The monsters above can still be physically attacked, but if you really encounter that thing without the word thing, it's a dead end. There are absolutely no items to deal with it. Bai Li pulled at his slightly curly hair, his face full of worry. But why didn't that thing attack us just now? Bai Li also looked puzzled. This was his first time encountering that thing. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. Lon Xian suddenly thought of the scarf around her neck. Wearing the warm scarf in the supernatural world, one will not be actively attacked by NPCs for at most 3 days. The NPCs here should refer to those invisible, intangible ghost things that cannot be attacked. Was it because of this scarf that the NPC just now didn't choose to attack her and Bai Li? It seems that the dangers of this game round include not only the monsters outside, but also that. Staying in the sewer, while it can avoid monsters, cannot avoid that. It's only the 12th day now, and the warm scarf can only resist for 3 days. What about the 15th day then? On the last day of the game, if that comes to attack her, wouldn't she just be sitting there waiting to be reaped? No. We have to go to the rooftop on the 6th floor to take a look. Made up her mind after thinking for a moment. Bai Li's small face turned pale with fear. You want to go out? No, it's very dangerous outside. But we don't have any items to resist that thing's attack. Lon Xian frowned. As long as you follow me for these 3 days, that thing won't attack us. But what about after 3 days? Bai Li had also realized just now that the reason that thing didn't attack him might be because of Lon Xian. Seeing her admit it now, he was still slightly surprised. A newbie in the game actually possesses such a heaven-defying item. Is this reasonable? There was envy, jealousy, and hatred, but there was no malice. Do we really have to go to the 6th floor rooftop? If we go there, will that thing not attack us? Bai Li looked worried. Lon Xian shook her head. I don't know either, but we have to try. Before that, we need to find someone. She had to find Shiji. He has the glowing book in his hands. That is the key to open the rooftop door lock. At night, the two slept back to back for the night. The sewer was very damp and dark. Lon Xian didn't sleep soundly that night, and she didn't know if it had dawned outside. After some back and forth, they finally managed to get going by noon. On the 13th day of the game, she decided to take Bai Li with her to find Shiji. Current players 6. Lon Xian decided to go to the school cafeteria to take a look, and following Bai Li, the two soon arrived at the cafeteria entrance. There is also a sewer inside the cafeteria. We can go directly inside. Bai Li crouched down, gently lowered the manhole cover, and continued walking inside. She could only pray that Shirji was on the first floor. There were too many monsters outside. If Shirji had run upstairs, it would be really hard to find him. Further in is the kitchen. It's very likely he is hiding there. Bailey analiza. When they reached the kitchen, Lan Xian stopped Bailey from rashly opening the manhole cover. She knocked on it. Shirji, are you inside?
Ít Lan Xin.
At this time, Shirji was staring vigilantly at the manhole cover, holding the iron fan in his hand, ready to wait for an opportunity to attack. He heard a familiar voice coming from below. Thinking about Lan Xian, he frowned slightly. I am here. Lan Xian was delighted and pushed the manhole cover up, revealing a pair of eyes. When she saw Shirji walking over from the side, she smiled with her eyes squinted. Finally found you. Do you want to go to the rooftop? Shirji raised an eyebrow. Did you lose the ball game?
Lan Xin was satun.
Bailey laughed out loud. Let's climb up first. It's pitch black in here. Lan Xian nodded, pushed open the manhole cover, climbed out from inside, and reached out to pull Bailey up. She took the initiative to introduce him to Shirji. This is Bailey, and pointed to Bailey. This is Shirji. Bailey didn't think much of it and nodded, but the name seemed to sound a bit familiar. How long have you been soaking in there? Shirji looked disgusted. Lan Xian and Bailey crawled out of the sewer, and there was a fishy, foul smell all over their bodies. The blood rain that had fallen earlier had also flowed down along the manhole cover, and their clothes were more or less stained with it. Chapter 20. Involution School 20. Not long. Have you been staying here the whole time? Lan Xian wondered why Shirji hadn't come to look for her at the dormitory after obtaining the school stay permit. She had clearly told him her dormitory room number. Shirji gave a hum of acknowledgement. The food I prepared is all in the cafeteria. It's not easy to carry around. What? So all this time while she was gnawing on bread, eating instant noodles and drinking cold water, this guy was in the cafeteria kitchen making hot food. Soothing his stomach? Bailey was shocked. Didn't they say the water and electricity were cut off? Shirji calmly picked up a cup of hot coffee and took a sip. The cafeteria uses gas stoves and has a water reserve. It's simply unreasonable. Lan Xian felt a bit hungry. Chef Shir, did you make anything to eat? Could you spare a bite for this humble one? Shirji pointed to the large pot on the side. It's all in there, enough for everyone. Lan Xian and Bailey exchanged a look. They had latched onto a granary. Opening the lid, hot steam wafted from the hot dishes inside. Suddenly, eyes tearing up, they finally had a hot meal to eat. Time to eat. Wash your hands. Shirji glanced at the faucet. That water is safe to drink directly. Got it. Bailey looked at Lan Xian with a benevolent expression, secretly delighted in his heart. This was the most comfortable time Head had in all the games Head played. Thanks to her. He even had hot food to eat and hot water to drink. He was really, truly going to cry from happiness. Throughout the whole time, Shirji didn't spare a single glance for Bailey. Since he was brought by Lan Xian, he wouldn't kill him casually. He still owed her a favor. But he wouldn't trust him completely either. Keeping Bailey around was only because he was confident that no one could pose a threat to him. After eating and drinking their fill, it was time to discuss serious business. It will rain tomorrow. Shirji looked at the sky and said calmly, another blood rain. In this way, the monsters would be stimulated again, and might even upgrade. They would be even harder to deal with. If they wanted to get to the rooftop, they needed to deal with this group of monsters first. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter teaching building number 5. Lan Xian looked at the kitchen. The door was locked tight. It was a steel door, sturdier than any other door in the school. The windows were also very high. The monsters couldn't climb in at all. Should we stay here until the last day? Lan Xian asked. Bailey was very willing, his young boyish face nodding frantically. Shirji, however, disagreed. If you two hadn't come, I was planning to charge out today. This place can only hold out for at most one more day. The kitchen's iron door was indeed sturdy, but looking closely, under the continuous attacks and pounding of the monsters, it had already begun to deform. It wouldn't last until the last day of the game. Tomorrow's blood rain would stimulate the monsters again. Their strength would increase, and their speed would be faster. Staying here would only lead to them becoming the monster's food in the end. Lon Xian pondered for a moment. If we hadn't come, how were you planning to get out? Shiji glanced indifferently at the kitchen door. No way. You were planning to fight your way out single-handedly?
Lan Xin was shocked.
Shiji didn't respond to her anymore.
Lan Xin was unrelenting.
Big brother, are you serious? What kind of wild talk is this from you two? That's enough. Bailey rolled his eyes. He always felt like he had saved the world. If not for the sewer route, this big brother who was so good at making delicious food might have been done for. Shiji frowned slightly, seemingly guessing what Bailey was thinking, and directly refused. I will not take that route. He would rather die than escape through the sewer. Are you serious? Lon Xian hadn't expected Shiji to have such severe mysophobia. Bailey was also surprised. If you're not going through the sewer, how do you plan to leave? Shiji looked at the kitchen door again. I'll leave the way I came. Bailey thought he was joking and didn't take it seriously. That night, no other special supernatural events occurred. The kitchen was very quiet. On the morning of the 14th day of the game, the sky began to rain blood, and the rainfall gradually increased. Bailey lifted the sewer manhole cover, crawled inside, and started calling for the two of them to come down quickly. Shiji stood motionless. Lon Xian had a headache. She took another cassette player out of her backpack. This was something everyone needed for practicing English listening comprehension. She had brought all the ones from the dormitory. She had 4 cassette players in her hand. She had checked them. The machines were working, the batteries were fully charged, and they could play continuously for 5 hours. Perhaps we can change our strategy, for instance, by getting all the monsters into the sewer. Then Lon Xian explained her plan. The 3 of them discussed the details, and after confirming everything was fine, they began to act. Lon Xian went down into the sewer first holding a cassette player, and went to the manhole cover where she had followed Bailey out of the dormitory and into the sewer. She adjusted the volume to the maximum and played the cassette player. She had observed before that the monsters' weakness was their eyes. They had no vision. They relied mainly on hearing and smell to identify prey. As for her, she had long since quietly left and headed to the sewer manhole cover at the entrance of the library. Soon, the sound from the first sewer manhole cover attracted the monsters' attention. The monsters swarmed over. The half-open manhole cover couldn't bear the weight, and after it collapsed, the monsters fell into the sewer one after another. She repeated the previous operation at the sewer manhole cover at the library entrance. The next manhole cover was at the cafeteria entrance. After finishing this one, Lon Xian left one cassette player, turned on her rechargeable desk lamp, and ran towards the kitchen manhole cover. Fortunately, the monsters were all attracted by the sound of the cassette players, and didn't pay attention to her for the moment. The cassette player was fixed in a crevice of the water pipes. The monsters couldn't reach it, but they kept moving toward it. You're back. Bailey helped lift the manhole cover, pulled Lon Xian up, and then closed the cover tightly. Lon Xian was exhausted and slumped to the ground. She gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Seeing her soaked from head to toe in the blood rain, looking like a bloody mess, Shiji looked at her with disdain. He tossed a clean towel to her. Go wash your face. Although the blood rain currently had no effect on humans, the stench was easy to make one irritable after smelling it for a long time. Shiji restrained the urge to kill in his heart. A few hours later, he listened to the movements outside the kitchen door. The monsters had all been attracted to the sewer at the cafeteria entrance. They were jumping in as if they didn't care about their lives. One after another. Alright, it's time for the next step. Shiji gripped his iron fan tightly in his right hand, unfolded it, and slashed fiercely at the door. The incredibly sturdy iron kitchen door was sliced open as if it were a potato. Shiji, still wearing his clean chef's uniform, rushed out the door and began to take care of the scattered monsters. Before the monsters could even get close, their heads were sliced off by the iron fan he threw, and they fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. Bailey was stunned. Thighs is too amazing. Lon Xian nodded. She would be this amazing too in the future. Bailey carried 2 gas tanks on his back, and followed behind Shiji. After the 2 of them rushed out, Lan Xian lit a makeshift torch she had prepared, and threw one into the sewer inside the kitchen. She covered her ears and ran quickly. When she ran to the cafeteria entrance, she heard a huge explosion from behind. The explosion continued. It must have been the gas tanks in the kitchen starting to detonate. A terrifying scene unfolded. The cafeteria was engulfed in flames, yet the monsters outside were rushing inside as if they were crazy. Then the entire cafeteria building also collapsed from the explosion. Hurry, let's go, Shirji shouted. Chapter 21. Involution School 21. Lan Xian carried a torch and followed behind them, tossing another torch into the sewer at the entrance of the cafeteria. Then came another loud bang. There were still some monsters left on the ground, but not as many as before. Shirji, holding an iron fan, fought his way to the entrance of the library. And Lan Xian tossed another torch into the sewer there. Next was the dormitory entrance. Boom boom, after two loud bangs, more than half of the monsters were eliminated. Bai Li was panting heavily while carrying two gas tanks on his back, with Lan Xian covering him on the side using a torch and pepper spray. They found a safe, enclosed dormitory and tossed another gas tank inside. Shirji lured the monsters that were chasing the three of them into that dormitory, then jumped out the window to escape. Bai Li met him outside the window, and the moment Lan Xian closed the window, she tossed a torch onto the books surrounding the gas tank. The three of them ran toward teaching building number 5 again. The blood rain was getting heavier. Shirji's mood was becoming increasingly irritable, and he didn't want to say a word. Lan Xian inadvertently caught a glimpse of his slightly red eyes flashing, and she was stunned for a moment. When she came to her senses and looked again, Shirji's expression was natural, with nothing unusual. Could I have seen it wrong?
Lan xin mu tờ to say.
Boom, boom, the dormitory building also exploded, and the monsters that swarmed inside met their end. Bai Li said with an excited look, "We've arrived at teaching building number 5. Lan Xian looked up and was stunned. Teaching building number 5 had disappeared. It had turned into teaching building number 1, which she had been searching for all along but couldn't find. Could it be that teaching building number 5 is teaching building number 1? Perhaps it can only be discovered under specific conditions, such as during the blood rain, after the National College entrance exam ends, or during the final days of the game." Several unfamiliar footsteps appeared behind them. Lan Xian, so it was you. Chun Qingqing ran over, panting. "Why are you here?" It wasn't just Chun Qingqing. Jin Yunda and Tang Mingming were also there. "What do you think? Are you trying to blow up the school?" Jin Yunda frowned. With those constant explosions, he almost thought another accident had happened in the game. Lan Xian rubbed the tip of her nose. The commotion was a bit much. Tang Mingming glanced at Shirji, her eyes lighting up, and she coyly sidled up to his side. "Brother, can I team up with you?" Her voice was sweet and delicate, soft enough to melt one's heart. Bai Li's mouth formed an O shape, signaling to Lan Xian with his eyes. "Who is this?" Chun Qingqing retorted. "Oh, found yourself another good brother? I don't know who it was that kept following us earlier and refused to leave. Sister, please don't be like that. I just wanted to make another friend." Tang Mingming pursed her lips and glanced at Shirji again, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chun Qingqing spat and didn't say anything more. After all, it had nothing to do with her. It was just that she couldn't stand the hypocrisy, so she made a sarcastic remark. Jin Yunda, on the other hand, was full of interest. He wanted to see Shirji's reaction. Shirji completely ignored Tang Mingming and turned his head to ask Lan Xian, "Another friend of yours? So young, yet she has quite a lot of friends." Lan Xian shook her head. "A classmate from this school." It was best to make that clear. "Well, that's great. You've blown up most of the buildings, so now we can only hide in the teaching building." Chun Qingqing spread her hands. Bai Li pointed to the other teaching buildings. "Classmate, don't hang yourself on just one teaching building. There are a whole bunch of other teaching buildings nearby." Chun Qingqing was left speechless by the retort. Jin Yunda looked at Shirji and smiled. "We're all classmates, so there shouldn't be a problem with acting together, right?" Shirji looked at Lan Xian instead. Lan Xian thought for a moment. "We can cooperate to deal with these monsters first." "How do you want to cooperate?" Jin Yunda now understood that Lan Xian was the one in charge here. Lan Xian tilted her head. We just eliminated so many monsters. You can't just sit back and reap the rewards, right? How about you handle the rest? To show the sincerity of our cooperation? Shirji couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Bai Li also chuckled. Right. There are 3 of us, and there are 3 of you too. There aren't many monsters left, so I'm sure you can handle it, right? The little boy looked at Jin Yunda adorably. Jin Yunda's face turned as dark as ink. Could he refuse? Refusing would mean the 3 of them were incompetent. In the game, if you're incompetent and have no value, why would anyone want to team up with you? He could only grit his teeth and agree. Bai Li quickly handed the last gas tank he was carrying on his back to Jin Yunda. He finally didn't have to carry the heavy gas tank forward anymore. It had exhausted him. Jin Yunda understood, put the gas tank on his back, and prepared to storm into teaching building number 1 with Chen Qingqing. Lan Xian stopped him and pointed to the sewer manhole cover at the entrance of the teaching building. Perhaps you can lure the monsters into the sewer and blow them up inside. After all, they still had to go up to the rooftop of the teaching building. If they really blew it up, how would they go upstairs? What? The sewer? Chen Qingqing was about to flare up again, but was stopped by Jin Yunda. After he whispered a few words in her ear, she calmed down. Tang Mingming continued to sidle up to Shirji, crying delicately, "Brother, I've injured my leg. Can you carry me as we go?" Lan Xin's mouth twitched. This girl was still at it. Before she could help Shirji out, Shirji gave Tang Mingming a cold glance. Get lost. Tang Mingming was startled by his murderous gaze, and dared not be presumptuous again. However, she was unwilling to follow Jin Yunda and the others to kill monsters. Reluctantly, she moved to Lan Xin's side and said, "Lan Xian, please help me. My leg is injured." She had an air of self-righteousness, as if Lan Xian owed her life. Lan Xian wouldn't tolerate her behavior either. Get lost. She didn't pay any more attention to her. Tang Mingming stomped her feet in anger. Her energetic appearance looked nothing like someone with an injured leg.
Bai Li ge Lan Sina to move, Asom.
Lan Xian rubbed the tip of her nose again, accepting the praise. The seniors were ahead, and she was just catching up. Jin Yunda never expected Tang Mingming to help, so he coordinated with Chen Qingqing. Holding the last tape recorder Lan Xian gave him, Jin Yunda lured the monsters from the teaching building entrance toward the sewer. Chen Qingqing hid on the side, and seeing that all the remaining monsters in the school had jumped into the sewer, she threw the gas tank down, followed by some prop that could ignite the gas tank. Following another loud boom, the entire school shook. Jin Yunda had long since left the sewer and ran out of the large pit at the cafeteria. Bai Li clapped his hands. Success. The group then went up the stairs of teaching building number 1. There was no movement on the first or second floors. When they reached the 3rd floor, they encountered a few straggling monsters, and Lan Xian sprayed the monsters' eyes first. The monsters covered their eyes in pain, and Jin Yunda and Chen Qingqing quickly finished them off. Shirji kept a dark face throughout the whole process and didn't make a move. From the moment the blood rain started until now, he had kept that sour face. Fortunately, everyone was used to it. Chapter 22. Involution School 22. When they reached the 4th floor, they felt their steps becoming extremely heavy, as if thousands of pounds were tied to their feet with every step they took on the stairs. "I can't walk anymore," Tang Mingming said, panting, her face deathly pale. She already had an injured foot, making it difficult for her to walk. At this moment, she felt even more strained, to the point where she couldn't even lift her feet. "Something isn't right," Jin Yunda said, looking around vigilantly. By the 14th day of the game, they naturally knew that besides monsters, this school also contained some ghostly things. Shirji kept a straight face and continued up the stairs. "Is there any way to deal with this?"
Lan Xin asked.
Bai Li shook his head. "We don't have any items to deal with that stuff. We can only hope it's just a prank, and that they won't attack us." They had no choice but to continue climbing laboriously. Every step felt like an hour. There were 26 flights of stairs in total, and by the time it got dark, they had only climbed 10. Exhausted, Lan Xian simply sat down on the steps, ate a piece of bread, and drank some water. After resting for a while, she continued climbing. Shirji was in the lead, looking like he was almost at the 5th floor. She followed behind him. Jin Yunda was walking fast, but Chen Qingqing was slow, so he slowed his pace to wait for her. Tang Mingming was at the very back, with Bai Li in front of her. Day 15 of the game, 8 a.m. Lan Xian finally reached the 5th floor, but when she looked behind her, she was surrounded by a layer of white fog, unable to see anything behind her. Startled, she held on to the railing and tried to take a step back down, but she couldn't touch any steps. Could it be that there are no stairs below? She couldn't turn back. Lan Xian turned around and continued upstairs. The scarf around her neck had lost its effect, but she still wore it. Shirji, are you there? She called his name softly. She had clearly seen him right in front of her earlier. The stairs leading up from the 5th floor were still visible. So Lan Xian could only grit her teeth and move forward. She prayed in her heart not to encounter anything strange. Perhaps it was just one of those things where the more you didn't want something to happen, the more likely it was to occur. She heard the ticking sound again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It seemed to be coming from upstairs, walking down, and also like it was approaching from below. Lan Xian shrank her neck, covered her ears, and ran upwards with all her might. She ran and ran, but she could never reach the end. This staircase seemed to be an endless loop. Could it be a ghost wall? Lan Xian was exhausted, holding on to the railing, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. The ticking sound was still right beside her ear, making her skin crawl. She was incredibly exhausted, but she was terrified. She kept running. She kept climbing. If this kind of experience center really existed, she wouldn't believe that anyone who was overweight and needed to lose weight would still fail to do so. 3 hours later. I can't do it anymore. I really can't run anymore, Lan Xian panted, collapsing onto the steps. If she ran any further, she would die of exhaustion. She might as well just close her eyes and die of fright. She closed her eyes, letting the ticking sound come and go beside her ears. Her ears twitched. Why did the sound stop? Opening her eyes again, the white fog in front of her had vanished. She was standing in front of the iron door at the entrance to the 6th floor rooftop. What was going on? Without time to think, she saw Shirji struggling painfully in front of the iron door. Shirji? She tapped his shoulder and called to him. Shirji instantly woke up, and his blood-red eyes returned to normal. Are you okay? What just happened? Lan Xian was a bit confused. It was an illusion. Those things didn't actively attack us. We entered an illusion as soon as we stepped onto the stairs. And the staircase from the 5th to the 6th floor is the thing you fear most in your heart. Lan Xin Scantinger. Would better hurry up to the rooftop and see. Who knows what else might be up there? She took out the glowing book and placed it in front of the iron door's heavy lock. After a blinding white light appeared, the book vanished, and the lock on the iron door disappeared as well. Pushing open the iron door, the two of them walked up. This is. Lan Xian discovered in surprise that the scenery on the rooftop was exceptionally charming. There was no blood rain. Blue sky, white clouds, and a gentle breeze were all just right. A young girl with long hair, wearing a school uniform, stood with her back to them at the edge of the rooftop, holding an exam paper in her right hand. The exam paper was marked with a 59. Classmate Wu Yu. Lan Xian shouted to get her attention. Hearing someone call her, the girl turned around slowly, her eyes full of tears. Classmate, are you calling me? Shirji stood to the side without speaking. Classmate Wu Yu, what are you doing here? Looking at the scenery? The scenery here is really nice. Lan Xian said, walking towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu was very shy, her face slightly flushing. Classmate, do you know me? Of course I know you. I'm very close with Auntie. Look, this scarf was a gift from her. She always tells me she has an exceptionally outstanding daughter, and she loves her daughter very much. Wu Yu lowered her head. Really? But I can't go home this time. I failed one of my exams. What of it? If you didn't do well this time, you can just take it again next time. Auntie is still waiting for you to come home for dinner. Lan Xian picked up the exam paper in her hand. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me and I'll help you. Will you pause slightly? You help me? Yeah, isn't it natural for classmates to help each other? Lon Exine smiled at her and handed her auntie's diary. Classmate Wu Yu, your life isn't just about exams. You also have a mother who loves you and classmates who care about you. You need to take care of yourself. After the national college entrance exam is over, let's go eat hot pot together. Wu Yu took the diary, tilted her head to think, and looked at Lan Xin's bright smile. Then she looked at the surrounding scenery. The blood rain in her eyes disappeared. The monsters disappeared. The heavy white fog disappeared. The endless darkness disappeared. The scenery in Lan Xin's eyes was the same as the scenery in her own eyes. Yeah. Wu Yu nodded heavily. Sunlight appeared, shining on her, and her figure turned into specks of light, disappearing completely along with the diary in her hand. Lan Exine closed her eyes for a moment. She heard Wu Yu softly thanking her. Thank you. She saw the truth behind this game. It was just the despair and suffocation in the heart of a national college entrance exam candidate who thought exams were the most important thing in life, only to overlook so much else. She thought her mother didn't recognize her at school because she wasn't outstanding enough and felt ashamed. But she didn't see the maternal love behind Auntie, who was just afraid she would be ostracized by her classmates. In life, besides love, communication is also very important. The most beautiful scenery is always in the depths of one's heart. Don't let the illusions before you, your deepest fears, blind you. The scenery isn't bad, right? Lan Exine asked, feeling the breeze. To Shirji beside her. Before she could wait for Shirji's answer, the mechanical system sound rang in her ears once more. Congratulations to player Lan Exine for successfully passing this round of the game. Involution School. You have successfully survived in the game for 15 days. You will be teleported to the game lobby in 3 seconds. What's going on? The 15th day hasn't even finished yet. The scenery before her instantly vanished. The sensation of weightlessness appeared again. And when she regained her composure, she appeared in a closed space. She was surrounded by electronic light screens on all sides. Through the floor beneath her, she could see the full view of the Involution School. And above her head were the images of Bai Li and the others. They didn't have anything happen after arriving at the rooftop, and were only teleported back after waiting until midnight on the 15th day. Chapter 23 Game Settlement 1. Welcome player Lan Exine to the game lobby. Now. Starting the game settlement based on your performance in this round. Please confirm whether to enter system settlement. Lan Exine did not hesitate. Confirm. After the system loaded for a few seconds, it gave feedback. Congratulations player Lan Exine for obtaining 500 game currency, 10 experience points, and 1 random reward pack in this round of the game. Player Lan Exine can add experience points to stats such as health points, beauty, martial power value, and potential value to level up. Please confirm whether to level up. Lan Exine thought about it and added the experience points to her martial power value. Her current martial power value was only 10 points, which was really too little. She had no attack equipment on her, and she was very poor. She still didn't know what she would encounter in the next round of the game. Confirming current player information.
Name, Lan Xin.
Age 18. Gender female. Level 1. Game currency total, 666. Health points, 100. Beauty, 60. Martial power value, 20. Potential value 1. The random reward pack was an unboxing blind box, and suddenly 99 wooden boxes of the same shape and color appeared before Lan Xin's eyes. They were numbered from 1 to 99. Opening a box brings a gift. Since she was little, Lan Xin's luck had not been bad. She chose the wooden box labeled 12. Congratulations player Lan Exine for obtaining Game Gift Pack 1. The Pen of Learning. Congratulations player Lan Exine for obtaining Game Gift Pack 2. Warm Scarf. Congratulations player Lan Exine for obtaining Game Gift Pack 3. 1 cubic meter mini portable space. The above are permanent game prop. Note: in the real world, game prop cannot exert 1/10 of their effectiveness.
Lan Xin was surprised.
She had thought there was only 1 random reward pack. But she hadn't expected to accidentally open 3. This was too blissful. The light screen surrounding her turned into a beam of light and flew into the center of her eyebrows. She exited the game lobby and was lying on a hard sleeper train. This train was exactly the one from her hometown, Gansen, to Jingqing University. Sitting up abruptly, Lan Xian patted her forehead. Could all of this be a dream? She was a bit unsure. Her head hurt a little, so she closed her eyes. In her mind, she could see a blue electronic screen. On it were written the big characters Game Forum. And at the very bottom, rows of small text were repeatedly appearing. Welcome player 8562 to the forum. Welcome player 8563 to the forum. The ID on her blue electronic screen was 8561. The nickname could be modified. She opened her eyes abruptly again. This is real? On the train attendant was pushing a cart and shouting, "Melon seeds, peanuts, drinks, does anyone need anything?" Seeing Lan Xin's fussing appearance, the train attendant's eyes lit up, and holding a box, they recommended it to her. "Little girl, is this your first time taking a train? Would you like to bring some special gifts back for your friends and family in your hometown? Look at this train model, it's most suitable for giving to children." Lan Xian was a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I am an orphan and I don't have any friends." That really killed the conversation. The train attendant didn't give up. "Then little girl, are you hungry? The box meals on our train are also quite delicious, and you can pay by scanning a code. We are arriving at the station soon, thank you." Lan Xian shook her head. The train attendant pushed the cart away again, muttering under their breath, "Today's sales are zero again, I'm going to get scolded by the conductor." Wait. Thinking of the competitiveness and hardships of working adults, Lan Xian called out to the train attendant, "Give me one of those train models." 10 minutes later, the train broadcast reminded passengers that they were arriving at Jingqing Station, and to prepare to get off, and not to leave behind personal belongings. Dragging her suitcase and carrying an old backpack, Lan Xian got off the train. After coming out of the train station, right next to it was a bus terminal. She could take the 333 bus directly to Jingqing University, so she rushed to the bus stop entrance to queue up and pay the fare to board. The benefit of being at the terminal station was that she could get a seat. After riding for about 15 stops, the bus stopped at the entrance of Jingqing University. Lan Xian got off the bus, quickly went to the reporting office to complete the enrollment procedures, and with the assistance of a senior student from the student union, arranged her dormitory. Coincidentally, her dormitory was also 302. The moment she received the key, she was slightly stunned for a moment. It was getting late, so she went to the dormitory to drop off her luggage first. Her roommates hadn't arrived yet. University had started several days ago. She arrived the earliest, and currently, she was the only one in the 4-person dormitory. She went to the cafeteria to eat a bowl of hot clay pot noodles. After eating her fill, she sat on a cafeteria chair, staring at the cafeteria kitchen in a daze. She thought of Shiji. The last time, the game ended before she could finish what she wanted to say to him. She didn't know if she would have a chance to meet him again in the future. She shook her head, stopped overthinking, went to the supermarket at the school gate to buy some daily necessities, and returned to the dormitory. After cleaning the bed, she made the bed, put on the quilt cover, and even installed a mosquito net to keep out dust and insects. She also cleaned the table and cabinets, and unpacked her suitcase. It finally felt like she had a little nest. Taking advantage of the early time, she swept and mopped the dormitory floor until it was clean. She also wiped the windows clean, rinsed the sink, and scrubbed the toilet. After finishing all this, it had just gotten dark. Taking her recharged water card, she went to the shower room to take a bath. Coming out wearing pajamas and drying her hair, she heard a knock on the door. "Hello, classmate. Could you please open the door? I am also in this dormitory. I reported late today and only just got assigned to the dormitory." Outside the door was a gentle voice of a little sister. Looking at her watch, it was already 9:30 p.m. She hadn't expected to have a roommate tonight. Lan Xian responded, put on a long jacket, and covered her legs. Opening the door, a cute little sister wearing a lace dress stood shyly at the door, with 3 pink suitcases behind her. It seemed someone had escorted her up. But seeing it was too late, and fearing it would be inconvenient for those inside the dormitory, they had left. I'm really sorry, my home is far away, so I arrived late. The cute little sister explained with a blushing face. Lon Xian smiled and helped her with her luggage. I thought I would be the only one tonight. My name is Lon Xian. Hello Lon Xian, my name is Wan. Entering the dormitory, it was very clean and spotless. Wan was surprised. Lon Xian, did you clean all of this? I arrived the earliest, so I cleaned everything up. You will have to do your own bed, table, and cabinets. That is natural. Wan was very satisfied with this roommate. She had originally worried that the dormitory would be too dirty and messy, and she would have to go to a hotel with her brother tonight. After making a phone call, Wan also started to tidy up her little nest. Lon Xian finished blow-drying her hair, and seeing her busy, she climbed onto her bed and lay down first. Today was too tiring, and there was still a lot of information in her head that needed to be sorted out. Closing her eyes, she returned to the game forum again. She changed her game ID nickname to A Window Opened by God. She was very surprised that the number of people in this game forum had actually almost reached 10,000. What kind of game was this, anyway? She was flipping through useful information in the game forum posts. But she couldn't open many of the posts. Either her permissions were too low, or her level was too low. Fortunately, she soon discovered a useful post. Chapter 24. Game Settlement 2. The post stated the game, Involution School. Since the game she played in the last round was this one, she was able to open it. The original poster analyzed that this game belongs to a rank. Game ranks from highest to lowest are S, A, B, C, and D. Generally speaking, if a newbie enters a high-rank game, they are just throwing their life away. Lon Xian did not know whether she should be glad she was still alive, or curse the damn system for its capriciousness in randomly matching games. In the Involution School, there were a total of 50 players in the last round, and only 6 players passed the game in the end. However, upon looking back at the records of this game round, only 1 player had passed successfully, and some had even been wiped out entirely. After analyzing, Lon Xian concluded that diary belonging to Auntie was very important. That was the final game prop to eliminate Wu Ye's baleful aura, the love from a mother. And the surviving players basically didn't obtain that diary. They all relied on the game prop they had accumulated previously to tough it out. Even players who successfully made it to the rooftop would be wiped out by the berserk Wu Yu. Thinking about it now, the prerequisite for Lon Xian being able to communicate peacefully with Wu Yu was still that warm scarf Auntie gave her. The most important thing in the game was still a mother's love. Use love to resolve everything. After thinking about it, Lon Xian also started a game post to analyze the game guide for the Involution School. This game post added a lot of information that had been shared before, but was missing. For example, the warm scarf, the Auntie's dormitory, as well as the Auntie's diary, the true relationship between Wu Yu and the Auntie, and so on. After writing a long post, she received a prompt from the game forum system. Congratulations to forum player A Window Opened by God for leveling up, unlocking the greeting mode. Note: greeting mode means you have one opportunity daily to greet a stranger, allowing you to leave messages and say hello to each other very quickly. The post she wrote received a like and a comment on the first floor. A comment from Cat Grinding Medicine. The original poster is very impressive. Lon Xian was a bit confused. What kind of comment is this? Is it considered a compliment? She clicked on the personal information of Cat Grinding Medicine to view it, but the game forum system displayed insufficient permissions, unable to view. Fine then. Who told her to be a newbie? Then many more likes and comments appeared under the post. It seems players are also night owls in real life. A comment from Whispering Breath. Is this real or fake? The end of this game is actually maternal love? A comment from If You Talk Nonsense Again I'm Your Brother. Is the original poster joking? Isn't this a revenge ghost beating up monsters mode? Did I play for nothing? A comment from Dreaming You Me Him. Looking at the original poster's low level, could it be that they hugged a thigh to pass and are now coming to the forum to show off? A comment from My Dear I Miss You One. I support the above. Personally, I feel the original poster is just here to ride the trend. I advise the original poster to be kind. Live one day, do one good deed. The comments gradually increased, but the trend began to turn into personal attacks.
Lan xin was inserted bin angry.
The game forum system sent another message. A friend request from cat grinding medicine. Would you like to accept it? Can you add friends? Lon Xian was happy again, and clicked the green accept button. The system displayed insufficient permissions, unable to add friend. Fine then. Who told her to be a newbie? Having no choice but to put this matter aside, Lon Xian exited the game forum. She started tinkering with the game prop she had obtained. The pen of learning and warm scarf were used in the last round of the game, and they were handy to use. It's just that this scarf became a permanent game prop this time, which makes me happy just thinking about it. At least it is one of the few defensive game props that can resist active attacks from supernatural NPCs. This wave, it's worth it. A 1 cubic meter mini personal storage space. Why didn't I see this game prop in the game prop bag? Just as she was feeling strange, a closed, empty little space appeared in her mind. It was like a white foam box, square, with a side length of 1 meter. And the volume was only 1 cubic meter. Could this be the mini personal storage space she possessed? Isn't it a bit too mini? Lon Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but having this thing was better than nothing. A careful comparison showed it could still hold more things than her backpack. It would just be better if it could be a little bigger. Lon Xian wasn't greedy, and seeing Wen Iyer also lying on the bed, they wished each other good night, closed their eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Sleeping on a bed that was not in the game world. It was truly too blissful. Waking up, she went to the cafeteria with Wen Iyer to have breakfast. And when they returned to the dormitory, there were 2 new roommates inside. Hello, my name is Bai Shui, and she is Zhou Qingqing. Bai Shui was wearing a pure white, flawless dress and greeted them with a smile.
I am Lan xin.
Lon Xian also nodded and smiled. My name is Wen Iyer. Upon hearing the name Wen Iyer, Bai Shui's eyes clearly brightened for a moment, and then she restrained herself. But the excitement in her voice did not escape Lon Xian. Iyer, can I call you Iyer in the future? I don't know why, but I liked you as soon as I saw you. Bai Shui held Wen Iyer's hand and pointed to a pile of gifts on the table, telling her to choose whatever she wanted. Wen Iyer was a bit reserved, her eyes constantly looking toward Lon Xian. Bai Shui gave Zhou Qingqing a look. And Zhou Qingqing understood. She smiled and pulled Lon Xin's hand, saying, Lon Xian, why don't we go downstairs and walk around? I still have many daily necessities to buy. Can you accompany me? Naturally, this was hard to refuse.
Lan xin not that.
Although she didn't understand Bai Shui's excessive show of friendliness toward Wen Iyer. But in reality, this had nothing to do with her. As long as it didn't affect her, everyone could still happily be roommates. They went to a supermarket, and Zhou Qingqing was picky and choosy before finally buying her daily necessities, while still complaining. Jingqing University is at least a prestigious school located in the city center. Why is there no large shopping mall inside the school? Lon Xian couldn't be bothered to respond, bought a bag of milk candies, and tossed them into her mouth one by one. By the time Zhou Qingqing finished checking out, there were 2 full large bags of daily necessities. Lon Xian, these things are so heavy. Can you help me carry them? Zhou Qingqing looked at her with wide eyes, but her hands showed absolutely no intention of moving. It was as if she were a young lady, and Lon Xian was her little maid. Lon Xian finished peeling a milk candy, tossed it into her mouth, glanced at her, turned around, rolled her eyes, and left decisively. I won't indulge her. Zhou Qingqing was waiting for Lon Xian to help her carry the things, but after not hearing a response for a long time, she looked up, and Lon Xin's figure was nowhere to be seen at the supermarket entrance. Back at the dormitory, Wen Iyer let out a sigh of relief when she saw Lon Xian, and hurriedly escaped from Bai Shui's side. You're back? Let's go collect our textbooks later. A senior student just came to notify us. Okay.
Lan xin answered smile.
Bai Shui glanced outside the dormitory door and didn't see Zhou Qingqing. Why did you come back alone? Oh, she has a lot of things, so she's walking slowly behind, Lon Xian said nonchalantly. What? How can you, as a classmate, have no sense of friendship at all and not help her out? Bai Shui frowned, her face full of displeasure. Chapter 25. Game Settlement 3. Lan Xian smiled. If you have a kind heart, go downstairs and help her carry it. She's still downstairs at the dormitory building right now. You still have a chance to show your kindness. Bai Shui was choked, her face turning red. You are so unreasonable. Ha. Lan Xian rolled her eyes, and went to collect the textbooks with one eye. When they went downstairs, they ran into Zhou Qingqing. She was carrying a large bag of things in one hand, glaring at Lan Xian with hatred. What are you looking at? Your good sister is still upstairs, kindly waiting for you to go back. Never mind, I still have to go collect textbooks. Just thinking about it makes me feel heavy.
Lan xin de zai pasquieli.
Zhou Qingqing was so angry she nearly vomited blood. Walking out of the dormitory, when Aya burst into laughter. Lan Xian. You're amazing. Actually, I was also very annoyed by her just now, but I could never bring myself to say no to her. Lan Xian looked at her seriously. If you don't like it, you must refuse decisively. You only live once. Don't wrong yourself. When Aya was stunned, no one has ever said such things to me before.
Thang Zhu, Lan xin.
The two walked to the office, lined up, reported their student IDs, and collected their textbooks. Inside, several upperclassmen were organizing textbooks and chatting. Did you hear? Yesterday, at the school gate, a couple who came to travel nearby kicked the bucket. How did it happen? That's scary. Was it really at the school gate? Exactly. The tour bus driver went crazy. He didn't see the two people and drove straight into them. Those two were also strange, they didn't even dodge. They actually ran in front of the bus. I heard their heads were. Stop. It's too scary. I heard it even hit the trending topics. Lan Xian caught a snippet of the conversation. While scrolling through Weibo, she saw the trending topic they were talking about. Couple, Go X and Zhou X, struck by a tour bus and died on the spot. Her hand paused slightly. Ye X. Zhou X. A couple? Ye Ho. Suqian Li. Lan Xian looked up abruptly, her dark eyes filled with terror. When Aya asked worriedly, Lan Xian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? No. It was their turn in line, and after collecting their textbooks, the two returned to the dormitory. Lan Xin's thoughts had already drifted far away. Those who die in the survival game really die after returning to the real world. She must live. She must live on well. Zhou Qingqing and Bai Shui's textbooks had already been moved to the dormitory by two upperclassmen. Seeing such pretty underclassmen, the two upperclassmen's eyes were like wolves and tigers. Unfortunately, Bai Shui and Zhou Qingqing only saw them as tools. Thank you, upperclassmen. Underclassmen, let's grab a meal together when you're free. Let's make plans when we're free. Senior, you know it's just the start of the semester, everyone is very busy. Call us if you need any help. We'll be waiting for your call. Smiling as they sent off the two tools, Zhou Qingqing didn't give Lan Xian a pleasant look. Lan Xian didn't have time to play childish games with them. Now her mind was entirely focused on how to survive in the survival game. Her two dramatic roommates were passive-aggressive every day, which Lan Xian faced directly, but chose to ignore. She also joined a Sanda club. She paid a 50 yuan club fee. But that legendary club only held 2 classes during the recruitment period at the start of the semester, and afterward. Lan Xian never received any club notifications again. Rumor had it that this was a leak-cutting tactic by the school's upperclassmen. Lan Xian didn't want to be a leak. She just felt very sorry for her 50 yuan. She found a part-time job teaching a child Go. At 30 yuan an hour, going 3 times a week, staying for 3 hours each time. Calculating this way, she could earn 270 yuan a week, which is 1,080 yuan a month. If she saved a little, she would have extra for living expenses each month. Lan Xian had a very cheap hobby, playing chess. She learned to play Go from a few old books she scrounged from her orphanage director father, and she even participated in the National Youth Go tournament back then, winning first prize. Later on, she didn't participate in competitions anymore. Because her orphanage director father had passed away, and participating in competitions required an entry fee, it was already very difficult for her just to support herself. In the blink of an eye, military training arrived. The instructors took their positions, and Lan Xian also changed into her military training uniform and went downstairs with one eye. Bai Shui had smeared expensive sunscreen all over her body. Seeing her traveling light, she sneered, "Not even applying sunscreen? Are you planning to get skin cancer?" When Ire had applied sunscreen, and she had also offered some to Lan Xian, but Lan Xian had refused. Lan Xian didn't like owing favors, and she hadn't put much thought into skincare before, but she still responded to her roommate's care. Hehehehehe. She went downstairs hand in hand with her little friend to line up for military training. Bai Shui was about to explode with anger. Zhou Qingqing, fearing the world wouldn't be chaotic enough, said, "Snow, don't bother with that little slut. Just wait and see, the instructor is my cousin. This military training will be tough for her. You really have a way." Bai Shui was happy again. "Of course. My cousin only has me as his cousin. If he doesn't spoil me, is he going to spoil that Lan Xian?" Zhou Qingqing raised her head, looking smug. Lining up for military training, the instructor stood in a military posture and saluted. He was a spirited young man. "From now on you can call me Instructor Liu. Pay attention. You must report if there's an issue. Don't blame me for being heartless if you don't follow discipline. Do you all understand?" "Understood. Report. Do you all understand?" Instructor Liu said sternly. "Report. Understood. Very good. Now start standing in military posture for 10 minutes. At ease, attention." Instructor Liu had the students stand in 2 lines, facing each other, and they began standing under the scorching sun. 10 minutes, it doesn't sound long, but once you stand there, you find it feels like a year. Bai Shui was the first to not be able to take it. After standing for only 2 minutes, she gave Zhou Qingqing a look and slowly fell backward. "Snow, are you okay?" Zhou Qingqing quickly helped her up and said anxiously to Instructor Liu, "Cousin, she's not feeling well. Let me help her go to the infirmary to get checked out." Instructor Liu frowned. "Call me instructor. Also this comrade. Please report before speaking in the future." Zhou Qingqing was slightly stunned, then smiled brightly at him. "Report, instructor. Can we leave now?" "Who allowed you to leave?" Instructor Liu looked displeased. "It's only the first day and a comrade already can't handle it? Military training still has a long time to go. Are you planning to run to the infirmary every day? I've led many college students. I know exactly what you're thinking." He pointed to a tree nearby. "You take this comrade to the shade under the tree to rest for a while, and return to the formation after 10 minutes. Bai Shui pursed her lips. This tree shade wasn't as comfortable as the air conditioning in the infirmary, but it was still better than being roasted under this scorching sun. Lan Xian didn't even look at them, continuing to stand in the military posture. The 10 points of martial power value the system added before she didn't expect it to be used here. She clearly felt that her physical strength had increased significantly. Before 10 minutes were up, students started falling one after another, and they were all called by Instructor Liu to rest in the shade. Lan Xian had been standing in the military posture calmly all along, undisturbed by the things around her. When Nair was actually having trouble holding on, but seeing Lan Xian still persisting, she gritted her teeth and stood firm. Instructor Liu looked at Lan Xian with approval. Standard military posture, strong perseverance, upright character, she was good material. 10 minutes were up, and just as Lan Xian was about to relax, a familiar system sound came to her ears. Chapter 26, City X1. Welcome to the survival game. This game will have 100 players and 30,000 NPCs participating with you. The game rules are as follows. Rule 1. Upon entering the game, you will receive 500 game currency. Game currency can be used to purchase any supplies in the game world, can be accumulated, and can be transferred. Please cherish and protect it. Rule 2. Special auxiliary equipment will randomly drop in each game. The equipment will disappear when the game ends or the player dies. If the game does not end when a player dies, it will be randomly given to the next player. Rule 3. Please strive to survive in the game for 30 days. If you pass the game, you will return to the real world normally. If you fail, you will be erased. This round's game, Lying flat hospital. Tip. The world is so tiring. When you should lie flat, you must lie flat. P.S. Good luck, looking forward to seeing you next time. Opening her eyes again. What came into view were towering buildings, full of a sense of technology. The electronic screens in front of the buildings were full of advertisements. XX medicine gives you a new future. Are you still feeling sluggish and unhappy? Drink it and you can be happy forever. XX technology brings revolutionary happiness, making all worries and troubles disappear. Welcome to the paradise of happiness, where you can experience ultimate happiness and gain a life of lying flat. The advertising slogans were all about happiness. Yet the game name was Lying Flat Hospital. It seems this round of the game is related to hospitals, happiness, and lying flat. Unable to make sense of it for the moment, Lon Xian decided to first explore this City X. City X is located on the coast and produces an abundance of seafood. A bowl of seafood noodles here is extremely cheap, costing only 10 game currency. After eating a bowl of seafood noodles, the TV in the shop was playing the news. Recently, many mental patients have appeared in our city, mainly manifesting as sleeping later than anyone else, waking up earlier than anyone else, and striving to make progress every day. In response to this person-to-person phenomenon, and the large number of patients, the mayor has decided to spend a huge amount of money to build a large-scale hospital to isolate all the patients. Please rest assured, citizens. The hospital is currently under construction and will be completed in about 7 days. Stay tuned. The discussions of the surrounding residents drifted into her ears. What kind of society is this, to still have this kind of overachiever disease? TSK, is the state not providing food or drink? Are they not issuing houses or cars? I don't understand what they are thinking. With so little social pressure, to have so many mental patients around, I really never expected it. Exactly. My aunt's classmate is also crazy. She just holds a book and reads all day, doing nothing. Her family is so worried. Fortunately, the country hasn't given up. Once the hospital is built, she can be sent in for treatment. Lon Xian twitched her ears, absorbing all this information into her mind. This City X was completely different from the city she lived in. The values were also different. They believe that overachievers are mental patients. Those who fit their values should be the Zen and lying flat groups. These kinds of people are the normal ones. After paying for the noodles, her heart twitched. She had a balance of 666 game currency from the last game, and now only 656 remained, including the 500 game currency added this round. She currently had 1156 game currency. She needed to stay in City X for 30 days for this game. It was only the first day of the game. With only 1156 game currency, how could she survive? She had to find a job. The landlady of the seafood noodle shop was leisurely cracking melon seeds at the front desk. Lon Xian raised a smile and went to talk to her. Landlady, are you hiring a waiter? A kitchen hand is fine too. If you really don't want me to wash dishes, that works too. The landlady was wearing a mink coat and looked at her with astonishment. You, what kind of disease do you have? Lan Xin. Little girl, you are so young. What happened to you? She looked at Lon Xian with pity and took out 100 yuan, handing it to her. A great specialist will be seeing patients at the People's Hospital tomorrow. You should take some time to get your brain checked. Lon Xian didn't know whether to take it or not, but the landlady's move completely baffled her. Landlady, I'm from out of town. I have no place to stay and no money. Do you have any ideas? Lon Xian decided to change her approach. The landlady took back the 100 yuan and sized her up sharply. Little girl, didn't you escape from some mental hospital? Did you really come from out of town? I really came from out of town, and don't know the rules of the big city. Lon Xian nodded, her eyes sincere. No wonder you don't understand the rules of City X. I've heard that people from small places are very competitive. Don't bring that atmosphere to our big city. The landlady's tone was a bit impatient. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since I'm in City X, I naturally have to follow the rules here. I understand. Alright then, we are still hiring a dishwasher. You work 3 hours a day with a monthly salary of 10,000, 5 days on and 2 days off. Leaving early is supported, as long as the work is finished. Taking a key, the landlady led Lon Xian to the kitchen.
Lan xin was dum bao.
What kind of god-tier job is this? Is this a proper job? It must be a proper job, right? There was only one noodle chef in the kitchen. After finishing his work, he picked up his phone to play cards online. Seeing the landlady come in, he didn't even put down his phone. Mahjong. My luck is really good today. The landlady was unfazed and pointed to the dirty bowls on the side. Starting today? Does it include room and board? Can the salary be paid daily? Impor. Lon Xian lowered her head. The landlady sighed. Fine, remember to give me a good review at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Iron rule. You must not work overtime, otherwise my shop won't be able to stay open. Lon Xian nodded and took a rusty key. It turned out to be a single room, an employee dormitory with a toilet and balcony. The house was on the street behind the seafood noodle shop, opposite the vegetable market. After looking at the house, Lon Xian was still holding the 1,000 yuan salary that the landlady had advanced her. She didn't have to wash dishes today, but it still counted as work. And the landlady told her to get settled first. She also solemnly warned her to be careful with her words and actions outside. Do not bring the overachiever atmosphere from small places here, otherwise, people will call 120 and have her taken to a mental hospital. She first went to the supermarket across the street to buy daily necessities: towels, toothbrush, toothpaste, laundry detergent, shampoo, and body wash. She bought a cat-themed water cup, tissues, a 4-piece bedding set, a pillow and quilt, and 2 pairs of slippers. There were too many things, and after paying, she dragged out 2 large bags of items. Just these things cost over 300 yuan. Thinking of her 1 square meter mini personal space, Lon Xian found a deserted place and put both large bags into the space, stacking them to save space. Instantly, her hands were free. She didn't buy food from the supermarket. It was expensive. Lon Xian went to the nearby vegetable market and bought 2 jin of leafy greens. Potatoes and carrots were more durable, so she bought 10 jin of each. She bought 20 jin of rice and 2 bags of noodles. She bought 10 jin of various frozen meats combined. She also bought some bulk seasonings, just enough for a month. Seeing an alcohol stove, she also bought a box of alcohol wax to go with it for small hot pots. Coming out of the vegetable market, this trip cost over 500 yuan, and only over 100 yuan remained of the 1,000. She put the heavy items into her space to store them, carried the lighter items in her hand, and returned to the employee dormitory. The dormitory was on the 5th floor, and there was no elevator, so she climbed all the way up. Fortunately, the things weren't heavy, but it still exhausted Lon Xian. Chapter 27. City X2. The 40 square meter apartment was small, but it had everything one needed. Lon Xian didn't rush to take things out of her space. Instead, she rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning the room first. 2 hours later, the room was cleaned thoroughly. The technology in City X was very advanced. The washing machine in the room had a quick drying function, and the 4-piece bedding set was washed and dried in no time. After making the bed, Lon Xian lay down to rest. As the sun set and night fell, Lon Xian felt her empty stomach and got up to cook a bowl of noodles to eat. The next day, she woke up at 12 noon. Fortunately, the dishwasher job was only for 3 hours and had flexible working hours, so Lon Xian could go later. Since she rarely came to a coastal city, Lon Xian first took a stroll around the vicinity of City X. Besides its famous seafood specialties, another feature of this city was its medical and technological advancements. Electronic advertising screens along the road were promoting. City X has been named the happiest city. The news continued to follow the construction progress of the large-scale hospital. There are 6 days left until the completion date. Please continue to stay tuned, citizens. If you discover any dangerous mentally ill patients around you, please call 120 to contact medical personnel for isolation in a timely manner. She had no clue about this round of the game for now, but thinking about her 1 square meter mini personal space, Lon Xian decided to stock it up first. She went to a pharmacy and bought some common trauma medicine, cold medicine, masks, burn ointment, and medicine for bruises and injuries. A seafood city. Could the future direction be related to seafood allergies? She also stocked up on some allergy medicine. After leaving the pharmacy, she only had 10 yuan left. She spent another 2 yuan on the bus to get back to the seafood noodle shop, greeted the landlady, and went to the back kitchen to start washing dishes. Business at the seafood noodle shop was good, and there were quite a lot of dishes to wash. Rolling up her sleeves and putting on gloves, she started scrubbing. She had to work hard to earn money. When the 3-hour shift ended, the alarm she had set went off, and she immediately finished work and returned to the dormitory to rest. Before coming back, she ate a bowl of seafood noodles at the shop, took a shower, and lay down on the bed to sleep. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she always felt like the shower water had a faint, fishy stench. On the third day in City X, Lan Xian only had 8 yuan left. She didn't want to touch her game coins, so she went to work at the seafood noodle shop bright and early. There were quite a few people at the noodle shop in the morning. Seeing her get up so early, the landlady looked wary. "Are you all right?" Lan Xian silently washed the dishes. "I'm out of money." "Landlady, could you please pay me a few days' wages in advance? Just wash the dishes." Wearing a fur coat, the landlady walked away expressionlessly. "Why has it been so hot these past 2 days?" Touching the tip of her nose, Lan Xian felt that it wasn't just these past 2 days. Coastal cities were just naturally warm. She also didn't understand why the landlady always wore such a thick fur coat. It looked hot just by looking at it. After finishing 3 hours of dishwashing and receiving her 500 yuan daily wage, she started wandering around again. She went to the beach. There were many people sunbathing on the beach. Colorful, large sun umbrellas matched with various patterned swimsuits made for a dazzling sight. "Huh, Mom, why has this crab changed color?" A little girl held a green crab and asked her mother with wide eyes. Her mother looked impatient. It must have been dyed by some naughty kid. She didn't pay any more attention to the child, and continued to get her nails done on the beach with her friends. Lan Xian walked over, picked up the green crab, and asked the child, "When did this crab turn green?" "It's not just the crabs, oh. There are also small fish and shrimp that emit a green light at night." Seeing that someone was paying attention to her, the little girl was especially enthusiastic. She told Lan Xian about all the changes on the beach. The seaweed had turned dark purple, and the seashells had all turned a single shade of red. Handing the child a milk candy and playing with her for a moment, Lan Xian left the beach in deep thought. She went to the nearest bottled water plant nearby. "Boss, how much is this water?" 19 liters is 18 yuan per barrel, and 15 liters is 15 yuan per barrel. Bottled ones are the same price as in the supermarket. The boss didn't even look up. Busy moving water barrel by barrel. "Do you offer delivery?" "It's a walk-up building, 5th floor." The boss glanced at Lan Xian. "We deliver starting from 2 barrels. 4 walk-up buildings, it's an extra 5 yuan per floor below the 6th floor. That meant 20 yuan for the 5th floor. So expensive." Lan Xian negotiated with him. "I want 20 barrels of the 19-liter ones. Can you lower the delivery fee?" It was a big order. The boss' eyes lit up, and he immediately became enthusiastic towards her. "Easy, easy. Let's charge you 370 yuan in total, 360 yuan for the water. And just give me a little something for the hard work of carrying it." She gave the address to the boss, paid the bill, and the 20 barrels of water would be delivered together tomorrow morning. Lan Xian went to the pharmacy again. This time, she bought a lot of detox pills again. And after leaving the pharmacy, she was penniless once more. So poor. On the 4th day in City X, she got up early. Someone knocked on the door outside and shouted, "Water delivery. Coming." Lan Xian had already dressed and opened the door. The boss was alone, bringing up 2 barrels of water at a time. It took 10 trips, and finally, all 20 barrels were moved. "Thank you for your hard work." She handed the boss a bottle of mineral water. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Are you drinking all this water by yourself? It's an employee dormitory. It's all for the company."
Lan xin phê va đi sợ.
The boss looked at Lon Xian with a subtle expression. He should have charged more for the delivery fee. After seeing the boss off, Lon Xian rearranged the 20 barrels of water. Stocking up so much, it would be enough for her to use even if the water quality really became a problem later on. She stored 1 barrel of water into her 1 square meter mini personal space, which already contained medicine and a small hot pot. It was a pity that her mini space couldn't keep things fresh. Otherwise, it would have been nice to put meat and vegetables in there. Near noon, she went to the seafood noodle shop. Ever since she learned that there were some problems with the seafood in City X, she asked the noodle chef to make her a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Ignoring the noodle chef's puzzled expression, she ate with great relish. The television in the seafood noodle shop was very loud, and she could hear it clearly while washing dishes in the back kitchen. The largest high-scale hospital in our city is about to be completed. The opening ceremony will be held at the city beach in 4 days. Citizens, please look forward to it. In addition, here is a weather report. A super typhoon is about to make landfall in our city soon. Currently, the meteorological department is still closely monitoring it. Citizens, please pay attention to your safety when going out. A typhoon is coming. No wonder the temperature had been a bit abnormal recently. After washing the dishes and plates, Lon Xian went to the front desk to settle the bill with the landlady. The landlady wore a fur coat and turned on an electric fan, blowing it directly on herself. By the way, tomorrow is the utility bill payment day. Remember to go pay the fees for your apartment in advance. Lon Xian, who had just received her 500 yuan daily wage, had to give the money away before it was even warm in her pocket. Can I pay online?
Lan xin asket.
The homeowner can. Are you? All right then. She was not. After finding out the address of the payment station, Lon Xian finished her shift and went home. A typhoon was coming. Could her dilapidated house withstand a typhoon? She wasn't very reassured. Seeing that it was still early, she went to the supermarket, bought a bunch of tools, and hammered and reinforced the windows. She didn't spare the door either, reinforcing all the drafty spots. The balcony was open air and not enclosed. Not very reassured, she reinforced the door leading to the balcony once more. On the 5th day, everything looked calm and peaceful. Lon Xian went to the payment station and paid the utility bills. Chapter 28. X City 3. X City requires utility fees to be prepaid. Otherwise, there will be water and power outages. Thinking about how this is a survival game, the future is bound to be at a disaster level. Water and electricity might not be available for long. Not wanting to waste money, Lon Xian prepaid 70 yuan for utilities. It should last half a month if used sparingly. But her intuition told her that the city might lose water and power in less than half a month. After paying the utility bills, Lon Xian went to work at the seafood noodle shop. She worked for 3 hours and got off on time. The proprietress gave her 500 yuan and instructed, "We work 5 days and rest 2. So you don't need to come tomorrow or the day after." The ramen chef from the kitchen rushed out, "Boss, the quality of the seafood these past few days has been getting worse and worse. How did this crab meat turn green? How can we serve this to customers? What are you shouting about?" I asked the distributor about this, and they said it's a new variety. Besides, doesn't it taste fine? That may be true, but it looks a bit creepy. What kind of mess is this? The ramen chef looked completely disapproving. That's enough. The experts haven't said anything, so it must be fine. The proprietress said as she picked up a bottle of XX medicine potion from the table, and took 2 pills. Lon Xian glanced at the white medicine bottle. She had noticed both times she went to the pharmacy that this was a health supplement heavily promoted by the store. Something called XX medicine. "Boss, can this stuff be eaten as a meal? I see you taking 2 pills every day."
Lan xin asket kun fuden.
The proprietress smiled smugly. "Do you know why X City is rated as the happiest city? It's all thanks to XX medicine. These are all produced by a large factory. If you take it, people will become happy and young. You definitely couldn't guess my age." Lon Xian looked at the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and said conservatively, "Is the boss 30 this year? What are you talking about? I'm only 28. What? Lan Xian was even more shocked than she was. She had such severe crow's feet at 28? No, that's not right. Looking at the wrinkles on her skin, she looked like she was in her 40s or 50s. How could a 28-year-old have such obvious wrinkles? She glanced at the white medicine bottle again. Lan Xian suddenly felt her scalp tingle. You're from out of town, so you don't know. This is a specialty health supplement of X City. Do you want a bottle? I have an acquaintance who can buy it for you. Refusing the proprietress' kindness, she didn't rush back. She went to an internet cafe. Computers and mobile phones were too expensive. She couldn't afford them with her meager wages. But she needed to understand the information about X City and the XX Medicine Company. The environment in the internet cafe was quite good. So she found a small cubicle and turned on a computer. She typed in X City. A lot of news popped up on the webpage. The most prominent one was about X City being rated as the happiest city in the country, as well as the high-end, large-scale psychiatric hospital currently under construction. The hospital was designed by the excellent foreign art designer Mitchell, with 50 floors, capable of accommodating 10,000 people. The news advertised that the hospital building could withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake and super typhoons, with extremely high safety. Lan Xian took out her small notebook and wrote it down. When the game started, it said there were a total of 100 players and 30,000 NPCs. The game name is Lying Flat Hospital. It should refer to this hospital currently under construction. The hospital can only accommodate 10,000 people. It can withstand earthquakes and super typhoons. The news says a super typhoon is about to land. Houses in coastal cities can generally withstand typhoons. If a super typhoon is not in the center of the disaster area, it won't have a huge impact. But what if it is right in the center of the disaster area? What if the entire X City is in the center of the disaster area in the future? It seems that once the hospital is built, she still has to find a way to get inside. Regardless of what it's like inside the hospital, at least she could withstand the natural disasters outside. She searched for information related to XX Medicine again. The search results were relatively few. The founder of XX Medicine is Academician Ouyang, who won an international medical award. The original intention of its founding was to liberate all mankind from anxiety and achieve happiness for everyone. It is said that the person behind the major real estate projects in X City is Academician Ouyang. This is how everyone has homes and cars. The whole society is harmonious. Except for some psychiatric patients who pop up from time to time. Residents in X City regard XX Medicine as a miracle drug, with some even starting to consume XX Medicine prescription formula milk powder from birth. Lan Xian noticed an important piece of information. The XX Medicine potion is made from raw ingredients extracted from the bodies of deep-sea animals and plants. She took out her small notebook and wrote it down. She didn't find any other useful information after that. Lan Xian thought for a moment and checked the recent weather trends. The weather forecast showed rain starting tomorrow for the week. A super typhoon is expected to arrive within a week. Not much time left for her. After leaving the internet cafe, she bought a raincoat, a pair of rain boots, and an umbrella at the convenience store at the entrance. After returning home, she took a hot shower. After the shower, she felt sticky and uncomfortable. She opened her stockpiled purified water, poured it into an electric kettle to heat it up, and took another shower. Before falling asleep, Lan Xian fell into deep thought. Perhaps there aren't many days left where she can take such a comfortable shower every day. On the 6th day in X City, she didn't need to go to the seafood noodle shop to wash dishes. She was resting for these 2 days. Lan Xian decided to go and see the hospital that was about to be completed. The hospital was near the beach, 6 bus stops away from her dormitory. After getting off the bus, she looked at the beach. Last time, there were many colorful large sun umbrellas and many citizens wearing colorful swimsuits on the beach, but this time she didn't see many people. She specifically walked towards the beach. A fisherman stopped her. "Little girl, don't go in. The tide has been rising heavily lately. The beach is almost covered by the sea." Lan Xian asked him, "Uncle, have the boats not been out to catch seafood lately either?" "No, they aren't allowed to go out to sea." We can only fish around the perimeter. If you're lucky, you can still find pearls. Picking up pearls? It sounded like a way to make money. She could sell quite a bit if she found a few more. Lon Xian became interested. Uncle, can you take me along to look for pearls? Afraid that he would misunderstand her for being a workaholic and send her to the psychiatric hospital by calling 120. She pointed to the hospital that was about to be completed not far away. I have a friend who will be sent there, and I want to personally string a pearl bracelet to give to her. So that was it. The fisherman uncle understood completely. Thinking of something, his eyes also showed some sadness. I have an old friend, Old Yang, who also got sick. I heard his family is busy transferring him to the hospital. What is this all about? I told him to take the XX medicine potion back then, but he refused to listen to the rumors and didn't take it, which led to him getting sick and going to the hospital. Sigh. So your friend also got sick because he didn't take the XX medicine potion.
Lansin Feigen Inbigatino.
But her heart was surging with emotion. Isn't that right? Your friend is the same, right? All my friends are like that. I heard the experts developed the XX medicine potion specifically to prevent this kind of mental illness. Lon Xian continued to exchange pleasantries with him. No wonder. You really have extraordinary insight, uncle. I'll take a few more when I go back. You can't take too many either. The fisherman uncle hesitated for a moment. Uncle, you are like my own uncle. Is there anything we can't talk about between us? It seemed there was some inside information she didn't know about.